Welcome, one and all, folks. This is the KOE Nation. Let me make sure we are going to get right into it, folks. Andrew Cuomo. Yes, you are getting every beautiful, beautiful note of my beautiful, the summer sounds that are my voice. So, yes, I needed to make sure that was happening for you. But, folks, we're getting right into it. Andrew Cuomo will no longer be impeached, and that is a scandal, because it looks like something that I talked about over at Big Buck and Empire over in the Dog and Chicken Show, which you can check them out on YouTube. I actually mentioned this just yesterday, that this might be an out for Andrew Cuomo to avoid having to have anything to do with the nursing home scandal. And yeah, him resigning, he will no longer face impeachment, and it's looking like he might actually slide on that, folks. He might actually, I'm actually because on one hand, I do think it's kind of silly to impeach politicians after they're gone from office. But at the same time, this motherfucker, it can be unambiguously said that he is at fault for the nursing home scandal. And yet he's going to get away with it. And so, yeah, I'm not at all happy. And I'm also, just to show you folks that I'm not talking shite here, this is the clip that I'm talking about. This is a preview here from Big Buck and Empire, the Dog and Chicken Show, because this is going to drop on Monday, but Chicken sent me this private so I could share it with you. So you are getting an exclusive drop, if you will. But this was us talking about Cuomo finally resigning. And yeah, folks, this is, oh, Lord Almighty. Here we go. Actually, we got Dog and Chicken Show has a comment. As I mentioned, this is a slap on the wrist, get out of jail free card gift from the Dems, and they get their scapegoat win-win. That is so unfortunate that you may very well be right there, Dog and Chicken Show. And speaking of the Dog and Chicken Show, folks, we're going to get into a little bit of the Dog and Chicken Show right here. Let's make sure that's all good for you.
Well, let's get to the question. We'll wait for Tony to get back before we do those, because I'm sure some will be directed at him. We can jump into a news story to just keep the flow of the show normal.
All right. What you got?
Oh my God! What we have to start with the obvious. Phil said it best the other day, ladies and gentlemen.
We got him. Cuomo goes down. I thought he was going to fight till the bitter fucking end, but no. The decades-long stranglehold over New York State politics that the Cuomo family has held has been broken. I never thought I'd live to see the day. I figured we had a he had a decent chance at running for president in a couple of years, and now no more. Things that make you go right? But anyways, so yeah, Cuomo, the difference 18 months can make, huh? He was riding high, top of the world, getting like fucking Emmys and Grammys or whatever shit, and now he's resigning. And now, the thing is, it was Me Too that took him down, and it wasn't the whole nursing home scandal, which there was actually an interesting theory I was reading about that, where this is kind of a maneuvering so that he's going to be in court for some kind of civil stuff, and it might mean some things, but nobody's going to care anymore because he's not the governor anymore. What he is now is a joke on late night television. And so the deeper you get into these investigations, it's not going to have that same weight and reverberation of New York Governor Andrew Cuomo under investigation for XYZ. It's another former disgraced politician in court for blah, blah, blah. So it really does take a lot of the future heat off of him, because that was going to get a lot hotter the closer we got to, well, let's be frank, presidential election time. So there's a reason he gave up, and I think that's the reason why. But gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the ending of Cuomo's American political career?
Go ahead, Lynn.
I kind of like to dive into his popularity days. because I watched this video the other day, and it was a montage of all the late night TV shows, the hosts, Colbert. They're all going off about how much sex appeal he has and how great of a guy he was and he's the greatest man in history. And then one of them said, he goes, I hate to tell you this, I'm a straight guy, but I'm kind of a Cuomo sexual. And then Ellen fucking DeGeneres goes, I'm a Cuomo sexual too. And I'm like, holy shit. And it's like, you use this whole clip against them now, because are you guys all homosexuals anymore? Or did that fucking ship just pass the harbor and go off the edge of the earth because the earth is flat anyway? But
allegedly. But yeah. Thanks, Lynn. Now we're going to have one of those
Lynn's joking, by the way.
Fact checker things at the bottom.
Yeah,
Lynn's joking.
The earth is round. Weirdly shaped.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so, yeah, but
I was going to say the same exact, either situation is really awful, but the fact that Me Too brought him down and not the fact that he killed a bunch of elderly people. I mean, he knowingly sent positive patients into the nursing home. Like, that's pretty awful.
Not only that, but then he covered up the numbers.
Well, yeah, and it's the most vulnerable population.
And it's not like the advice was to do what he did. He went against doctors and expert advice.
Insane to me. Insane. But yeah, this is what's going to bring him down. It seems I don't want to discount what happened, because he's probably still a creep in that realm. But yeah, I'd rather be taken down for that than murder or manslaughter.
Yeah, and I do think that's kind of the maneuvering he's doing here, because, like you said, it's insane that like, because I think it can be unambiguously said that he is at fault for the nursing home issue. Like, I think we can all unambiguously say that is his fault, and that should have been it. But the political climate of the time circled the wagons around him, because they just thought, this is our golden boy. He's going to take us to the next promised land. Like, they really, like, he literally was the, for lack of a better term, like your Northeastern liberal, your Northeastern Democrat type. He was their Joan of Arc. He was just their, they loved this guy. And so we're getting all sorts of drink words like Trump and sex robot. And so, yes, that we're getting all that, folks. But man, Cuomo and the Cuomo sexuals are now all very, very disappointed. So
Urasama says by 2023, there's going to be a sitcom of Cuomo and Bill Cosby living together, calling it. I'd watch.
Well, now Andrew Cuomo, let me tell you about Kodak film. Well, look at my charts. I'm Andrew Cuomo. Like, yeah, this will
look at my charts.
My other question.
Andrew Cuomo, Rockin' Shot Show.
What does Fredo think about the whole damn thing?
Well, we'll get to him next.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's what he thinks. He ain't saying nothing. Like,
there's a lot to go with that one.
How long? Now, here's actually an honest question, though. How long do you think he actually holds his job now? Let's be frank. One of the reasons he was in that prime time slot is, well, you are the brother and probably next president's brother. So obviously we want you on TV. Well, that all just poof went up in smoke. So I say, like, mark my words. Within 1 year of today, he will not have his same time slot.
Yeah,
like that's
mark
just
that.
If he's even still with CNN, he'll probably still be there a year from now, but he ain't gonna have that prime time slot anymore.
Cart before the horse here. There's more on. We got to shit on one Cuomo at a time here.
Oh, there's no. Come on now.
We can
have a buffet. We can have a fun. We're having a la carte shitting all over the Cuomos today. So come on now, chicken. Don't deny my fun.
A la carte. Let's see. So let's go through. So the active opposing advice of countless health experts, like we said, to the nursing home and the elderly, that was very apparent, and he was called out by several people. Then actually, remember this is one of the ones that everybody forgets. He allowed nursing homes to have a provision where they could not be sued for any of this. Remember that? So no hospital administrator or administrations that run these places were legally liable for anything that happened with the deaths related to COVID-19 and anything that he had mandated and pushed around. And then he also, I'm trying to remember, $4 million on his book deal that he made at, doing such a shit job of COVID. He had to write a book about it for $4 million. The 11 different women, now it's up to 13 before he finally went through there. But then he also had all kinds of shit in the background of his whole staff. He had one of them get convicted of fraud, accepting $600,000 in bribes. This was all happening at the same time. But his brother, and that's where I wanted to segue to his brother, is like, while all this shit and all this abuse is going on in the background, 15,000 people die under his watch due to his decision making. And all this horrible decisions. If Trump did any of this, holy shit, even we would have been like, dude, what the fuck? But meanwhile, his brother and the entire network under CNN, which is just pro fucking liberal media, like it's liberal corporate media is all it is, just covered for it. Didn't talk about anything. They did the nose swab fucking segment, that fucking gross goddamn deal where they're like, that double barrel shotgun you got fur nose on your face has big swab go. It was like, fuck off. No, nobody cared about any of this. No, it was super gross. And then to your point, his brother Cuomo now, like, what's gonna come of him? He's taking the week off. Do you guys know what happened on the whole thing? Like he was like helping the advisors, his brother's advisors, and talking them through on what to do and how to work through the media and how to come out of this.
Yeah, I thought there was audio of him.
Sounds a little bit like a conflict of interest there.
There was audio of him talking with his brother about the accusations and like how to get out of them.
I mean, yep.
Yeah.
Like when he talked about, like, I can't say any of these negative things about my brother because it'd be a conflict of interest. And my thoughts were, well, yes, Chris Cuomo, every time you're covering your brother, there is kind of that conflict of interest there a little bit. Because, I mean, let's be frank. Lynn, Chicken, if either you had to cover a negative story about the other one, you're probably going to use the most generous language you can come up with. Am I wrong?
No, not with us.
Okay. Let me tell you about that
Yeah,
you don't
piece
know
of
us very
shit,
well,
Lynn.
do you?
Like,
No, I
would
think he
throw
did
my
all
own
of it.
mother under the bus, man. I don't.
I told him not to do it. I told him.
Hey, welcome back, traveling man. How we doing?
Cowboy Tony.
And he fucking freezes right away.
God bless you, T.
We're
God
just
bless
gonna leave him on. Oh, there he is. He's back.
you. Hey, welcome back, Tony G. But yes, since our own like, share, subscribe, man, Tony G is here. Be sure to like, share, subscribe right here. Big Buckin' Empire, Dog and Chicken Show. You know it's the right thing to do. But yeah, this Cuomo thing, like, I'm still just kind of gobsmacked by the state of our politics now. Is that, like, the things that should be bringing people down aren't, and we're willing to circle the wagons around reprehensible people for political gain. And this is a scary time we now live in. Hey, T.
But is that new?
Yeah, I can't hear anything yet. Still figuring it out.
Well, I mean, you remember back, even when Clinton was going through his shit, there was still some Democrats that were like, I don't know, that's pretty bad. Like, but now, I mean, yeah, this hey!
Okay, he's obviously driving, so I'm gonna mute him. That was really loud.
Yep. Trump.
But yeah,
so yeah, this we will see what happens to Chris. But yeah, Andrew's done. His book. Why would? Yeah, like the fact that he got $4 million for his book for fucking up. Like I'm still just.
It was still in like the middle of the heat of like everything, and he wrote a book about it.
Yeah, it was about how great of a leader he was. How
oh, maybe it was like OJ. If I did it, you know.
God. Yeah, that's And here's a preview. I think we're going to do an OJ episode in the future. So, hey,
Yeah.
be sure to like, share, subscribe, folks.
Brandon, what were you saying?
He was the worst at everything. I mean, the New York City had hospitalizations and deaths and infections was like through the roof. And he wrote a book about how awesome he was about the whole thing. Like it just, it doesn't even make sense. And then it was right in the middle of it too. It hadn't even calmed down yet. Like, so I don't know.
Now I remember a point I wanted to make a little bit earlier. It escaped, but it came back. Don't worry, folks. The brain of extreme always comes right back front and center.
It always
But
comes.
so, well, you know,
yeah.
that's
Oh, yeah.
giggity. But one of the main reasons that Cuomo ended up having to resign is everybody that like I was listening to involved in New York politics said he was very Machiavellian in how he rose to power, and he would stomp on people and he would shit on anybody who he had to get to power. So by the time he got to power, there was nobody that was going to stick their fucking neck out for him. Like there's nobody that was like, nah, fuck you. You fucked over my cousin like 9 years ago, or you did that. Like all politics is kind of insular and everybody kind of knows everybody anyway. So it's like, are you fucked over a big ally of mine 6 years ago and I didn't get the contract because of you? So fuck off. I'm not sticking my neck out for you. And the New York legislature seemed very enthusiastic about getting rid of him. Like, so I get a feeling behind the scenes, it was one of those fuck this guy type of attitude. Like, even if he's on the same team,
he burned some bridges for sure.
I think he finally found the one person he shouldn't have kicked in the face, because, I mean, let's be serious. There was how many other accusations of, sexual harassment or wrongdoing, and
there was 13 total before he resigned. So
so 13, right? Like it took 13 times before finally someone was like,
as Tony said, we've been saying this for a fucking year.
Yeah. And
finally,
go ahead.
I mean, I think the Democrat Party just finally said enough with this guy, enough with him. Like, right? Like, I mean, it was just like they did with Anthony.
I don't think they got fed up. Sorry, I know my audio is shit. I don't think they got fed up. I think that they saw, well, this is just not going to go away. And no matter how much we try to pretend that all this bad shit that they're saying about us isn't actually happening, we've got most of our followers and our loyalists fucking fooled. But this probably just isn't going to go away. And you know what? He's done a pretty shitty job. So we need a scapegoat and we need somebody to fucking sacrifice to the masses. And guess what? Yeah, 13's probably enough, and tens of thousands of documents and almost a couple hundred fucking witnesses. Yeah, I guess that's the magic number. 13.
Yeah.
Lucky 13. Now, fuck this guy. Are we allowed to do the happy dance yet?
Yes, we are.
Kavanaugh had like one or two, three maybe, and they wanted to burn him at the stake.
Yeah, I don't know. Tony makes a good point. Maybe like I think even those that are just like slobbering, drooling followers of everything that they're being told are even getting sick and tired of being wrong about like the hoax hate crimes and all this stupid, like we're supposed to think everything's a noose now, and like just all this crazy, like get upset about everything in the news. I think even the most follower type person is going, I don't know about this anymore. Like, they don't do any wrong. That Cuomo guy, that doesn't sound very good. Like, at a certain point, if you know your own party's not gonna throw anybody under the bus, like you got to throw him some red meat once in a while.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm glad he went about and resigned. Now, what happened? What will eventually come to light in the fullness of the investigation? We will know in enough time. And so we'll see what were the actual sins that he committed in due time. But to me, it's you always, and I'm always going to say, is you have to be careful about when you have just accusation. Now, this had a whole lot of police evidence to go along with it.
176 witnesses and
this was no
tens of thousands
mere
of pages.
accusation. But when you brought up like things like Kavanaugh, it was one of those, like, you have to be very careful, because when you're talking about things that are unknown and unknowable, that's when you're getting into very sticky situations here. So, well, that was double entendre. But so yeah, but when it comes to Cuomo,
Ew.
like you said, there seems to be a hell of a lot, like thousands of pages of documents, more evidence than we had for like, and I'm just going to go ahead and say for either against Kavanaugh or Biden. Let's be frank. I mean, like this seemed to be a lot more. They had this one a lot. Yeah, they had a lot more. This a lot more buttoned up, if you will. So
I don't think we're going to see any of it. He's going to pay them off. I mean, right?
who, Cuomo?
The resignation might be the payoff.
Gloria Allred's involved. They want the headlines. Yeah, look, did you see, like, folks, Brendan's really like, oh no, Gloria Allred. Shit, this might go to the Supreme Court. Like, if there's, you want to know, folks, in case you're curious, do you know what the most dangerous place in all God's creation is? In between Gloria Allred and a camera. Yeah, that's the most dangerous place you can be. You'll get just run right over like a Mack truck.
What Cuomo fucking deserves and what he'll get are not going to be equal.
Two different things. Yep. Well, he'll face, he will have to go to the pearly gates and face final judgment at the end of his days when the Lord calls him home. And that will be where he will face his actual judgment, as will we all. So we all get our just desserts in the end.
Yep. Let's see here.
I
Chris
like
Cuomo's,
pumpkin pie and chocolate cake.
Oh, nice.
I like turtles. CNN's Chris Cuomo critics call for consequences after Andrew Cuomo resignation. So there are. Did you guys see? Brian Stelter went on. God damn it! Which one was that? Stephen Colbert.
Brian Stelter did what now?
Sorry, he went on Stephen Colbert.
Oh God.
Yeah, I know, right? Made an ass out of himself. Even Colbert pushed back. Like there's this whole they sit down and he goes, hey, so like why was Chris like helping out his brother's aides and answering questions? It's not like just two brothers talking back and forth about issues. It was literally him talking to his aides. Like that is a conflict of interest, no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, and this is coming from Stephen Colbert, the little puppet of the left now. Even he's calling Stelter out, and Stelter just like, the CNN said, hey, that's not cool. You probably shouldn't do it, but they understand they're brothers. I'm like, what? Like, no, the company said, hey, you probably shouldn't do it. He does it anyway, and then they go, yeah. Okay. They signed off on it then. Like they did nothing about it, so they are culpable. Like they signed off on it. And I am not, suggesting anything in this show at all. And I'm not biased. I'm not biased in any way.
Any charge as accessory to the fact.
What's that?
His brother can get charged as an accessory. No.
Ooh,
I don't know. Maybe.
Damn. Now I was about to say. Now we're getting creative here, but. I've seen prosecutors get a lot more creative with RICO statutes and get a lot more done than just what Brendan's talking here. So, that's, well.
Only one's wearing a lot of red.
Yep.
And red hair doesn't count. Red hair doesn't count.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, don't get me wrong, Schrodinger's cat. I get that a lot. I know I am the fire that ignites your loins,
Sorry,
but I'm sorry. You can't have me. I know you want me, but you can't have me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a weird comment.
Out of left field.
Yeah. It's like,
I mean,
what's
Schrodinger's
going on
cat,
in the chat? Yeah.
dude kind of like sex robots, so
Yeah. Said it, drink.
Fucker.
Shit.
just saying. That was Kevin, by the way.
Tony drops his.
Okay.
This is no way or shape. No, I'm not. No, we're not going there.
He's like, I'm not showing that.
We're just.
I was about to say, are you on your way to my place, T, or are you going to the mill?
Guess you'll find out soon.
Okay, I'm going to go unlock my front door.
Jesus Christ.
He's gonna turn off all the traps and shit. He's got like
Yeah. He's got to go unload the shotgun that's hooked up to a string on the doorknob.
His shit's set up like Home Alone. He's got like something like hooked up to the doorknob. It'll
He's
burn
got
his hand.
marbles and ice out in front step. And
Oh yeah,
like
it's gonna be a whole Home Alone thing. I got like heat on the doorknob, and I got my
No, he had
tarantula
to-
ready.
He had to go adjust the rope that has the paint can. He's like, oh, I was expecting somebody taller, so he had to lower the paint can.
Caught me. Damn it.
But Tony
That's
doesn't
great.
mind being referred to as a wet
oh.
bandit.
Hmm.
Like they make
Um,
Home Alone 6. Oh
while
no,
we're-
Kevin's home alone, and he's only 47.
Uh,
Oh.
Got a
I'm out of
beard like
beard.
Lynn. Got like
So
Lynn's
wh-
beard on him.
Hell yeah.
I got to make a beer run, but I don't have a license, and Uber won't deliver any beer after the last time.
Oh. All right, chicken. Take it away.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Yep. So there you have it, folks. That was the analysis from just last night from the Dog and Chicken Show on Big Buckin' Empire, and we'll get into more of them here in a bit, folks. Don't you worry. But yeah, the Cuomo, as after this analysis had hit, after we had just found out about all of this, just today, and I've got the article right here. It's from the New York Times. Luis Ferrer Sadurni, the leader of the New York State Assembly, said Friday that lawmakers will suspend their ongoing impeachment investigation of Governor Andrew M. Cuomo following his resignation earlier this week over sexual harassment allegations. Carl E. Hartsey, the Speaker of the Assembly, said the inquiry was moot since its main objective was to determine whether Mr. Cuomo, a third-term Democrat, should remain in office. Mr. Hartsey, a Bronx Democrat, also said he believed lawmakers did not have the constitutional authority to impeach a governor who was no longer in power. I'm just going to leave that one sitting there for just a second. Okay. Mr. Cuomo, whose resignation will take effect later this month, said Tuesday he would step down after a report from the New York State Attorney General that found that he had sexually harassed 11 women. The Assembly had been investigating some of the same allegations, among others, and began to move quickly towards impeachment once the report was released. The suspension of the investigation marks one less concern for Mr. Cuomo, who could have found himself in the middle of a costly impeachment trial. Mr. Cuomo is still facing inquiries from local, state, and federal investigators. Even so, Mr. Heatsey, Heastie, Heatsey? I'm pretty sure Hartsey was wrong, said that the impeachment investigation, which was being led by the Judicial Committee, quote, did uncover credible evidence in relation to allegations, end quote, made against Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Heatsey said that evidence was related not only to the sexual harassment claims, but also to Mr. Cuomo's potential misuse of state resources in putting together a book on leadership, which he wrote during the pandemic last year in a $5.1 million deal. Mr. Heatsey also said there was evidence of the misleading disclosure of data on nursing home deaths. So, right there, he even says that we're stopping this investigation, even though they were also investigating nursing home deaths. That motherfucker, he's going to walk. He's going to get off scot-fucking-free on the nursing home shit. That is a scandal, and I don't care. I don't need a seconder. My own opinion is enough for me, but the article continues. I'm sorry. This evidence, we believe, could likely have resulted in articles of impeachment had he not resigned, Mr. Heatsey said in a statement. In an interview, Mr. Heatsey said he had not seen that evidence, but had been told by the Judiciary Committee and outside lawyers hired by the Assembly that it was credible. He said it would be turned over to law enforcement agencies to determine whether something criminal happened or not. Quote, this is where those issues belong with those investigatory agencies, end quote, he said. The real role of the Assembly was to consider impeachment. Once the governor is to resign, we can't fulfill that role. I feel like we had this conversation earlier this year. Anyways, he said he did not want to make the material public because the investigation was ending before it had been completed. So everything in the investigation is also going to remain not in the public. Oh, isn't that just swell? Lord. Quote, they still would have needed more time, end quote, he said, referring to the investigators hired by the assembly. Goodness gracious. Federal prosecutors in Brooklyn are investigating the Cuomo administration's attempt to obscure the full death toll of nursing home residents during the pandemic. At least 5 local prosecutors in Manhattan, Albany, Winchester, Nassau, and Oswego, boy, you can tell I'm not in New York, can you? Have opened investigations into the sexual misconduct allegations against Mr. Cuomo. Latia James, the state attorney general, is also looking at how Mr. Cuomo may have used state resources, including staff and materials, to write his book. The decision to end the investigation without issuing any public report was swiftly criticized by Republicans and many Democrats who control the state legislature. At the very least, the committee should have fully completed its investigation, generated a report detailing all aspects of the governor's misconduct and violations of state law, and made that report public. And Assemblyman Dan Court, a Democrat and member of the Judiciary Committee. Will Barclay, the Republican minority leader in the assembly, also took aim at the decision. Mountains of evidence and months of work will now be hidden from the public by this disappointing, tone-deaf decision, he said. On Friday, however, Charles Levine, the chair of the Judiciary Committee, said that the committee would still consider issuing a public report with some of the findings after Mr. Cuomo resigns. Michael Weiland, a spokesman for Mr. Hatesy, said, "We have not precluded a report in the future, but what we don't want is to interfere with any criminal investigations that are being undertaken." Mr. Heatsey's announcement came after several days of debate amongst legislators over whether to pursue impeachment. Even after Mr. Cuomo's resignation, Republicans and some Democratic lawmakers, especially those from the party's vocal left wing, have been pursuing to hold an impeachment vote, saying they wanted to hold Mr. Cuomo accountable. Some of the women who had accused Mr. Cuomo, including Lindsey Boylan and Charlotte Bennett, had also voiced their support for impeachment in recent days. If Mr. Cuomo had been impeached in the assembly and then convicted in a Senate trial, lawmakers have had the option of barring him from ever running for state office again. But it remained unclear under the state constitution, which provides very little guidance on impeachment, whether the legislature could impeach an official who had already left office. Lawmakers could have rushed to impeach Mr. Cuomo before his resignation took effect, but the trial would have still taken place after he left office, raising constitutional concerns. There is no precedent in New York for impeaching a former governor. The only governor to be impeached was Governor William Sulzer in 1913, who was removed from office but not prohibited from running again. Many Democrats had argued against moving to oust Mr. Cuomo, saying that the proceedings would have been a costly distraction for the party, especially during the first few months of Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul's time in office. The Assembly broad impeachment investigation was being conducted by an outside law firm, Davis, Polk, and Wardwell. And that is the New York Times article. And folks, unfortunately, it looks like I was absolutely fucking correct. Cuomo's going to walk on all of it, and it's all going to be hidden. It's all going to be obscured. And so somebody gave him a get out of jail free card, and that motherfucker is going to fucking walk away without any fucking problem at all. And that is awful. Like, I am not happy at all. Nobody should be happy about that. One moment. That's better. The sweet, sweet noise of my voice, the sweet, sweet summer sounds. But folks, yeah, that was a little bit of a breakdown, and unfortunately, my prediction is true. He's going down for a Me Too, and that cuts off all further investigation. absolutely awful. Absolute, like this is unforgivable, and yet that motherfucker is going to walk. But yeah, that was some reporting from the New York Times. The video you saw earlier was from the Dog and Chicken Show, which you can find at Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. Be sure to like and follow both. And he's also Big Buckin' Entertainment on Twitch right here if you happen to be following on Twitch, folks. But yeah, I'm K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch, just like the little down there ticker thing says. K.O.E Nation, YouTube and Twitch. But folks, we're not done with Cuomo yet. This was some analysis that literally we dropped the day before he resigned, and we were wondering, how is he gonna fucking hold on to power? How is this motherfucker gonna hold on? And so this is also, we have a pretty deep dive into some of the facts of the case, so this is also relevant.
This one is way more delicious. This is one of those ones you almost feel bad about laughing at, and you're like, finally, yes, fuck, yes. You like cheered when you saw it, because we cheered when we saw the other 15 fucking articles like this, and we're hoping this is the final nail in the coffin because El Presidente has jumped on board. Biden calls on Cuomo to resign after bombshell sexual harassment report comes out today, August 3rd. President Joe Biden.
Like a year ago?
No, this is just out today. The stories are from a year
because
ago.
I could have swore we were talking about this like a year ago.
We were.
Yeah.
We were.
But as much as I hate to say, when a Democrat president signs on to it, all right, folks at home, just got one thing to say. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Yep, we got him. Like, that's it. It's Cuomo, pack up. You're done. Like, there's, like, this is it. Like, you've hit the wall now. Like, we've all been waiting for it, but yep, like, now Trump called on Cuomo to resign, but like, you know, again, a Republican calling on a Democrat to resign is just a Republican doing their job that day. Okay,
well,
so
that
that's not
gives you another term if a Republican has the audacity to do that.
Yeah. In heavy blue districts, actually, yes, you're right, T. That's just like, that's almost like Cuomo's like, oh, thank God. Oh man, I was afraid I was gonna have to campaign there for a minute. But
yeah, like I might have to actually listen to these 11 women.
Oh boy.
Anyway,
Gosh, 11,
Tony,
that seems like a lot.
It does. Tony, I think the last time we talked about Cuomo was up to 6. Was it 6 or 7?
It's almost like this has been going for a while. I hate to beat a dead horse here, but
we kind of talked about it for like 3 weeks in a row, and we're like, oh, now it's 4 women. Oh, now it's 5 women.
Yeah.
And then by the end of that night, it was like 7. Like,
did I like go into a Rip Van Winkle deep sleep and just not? Did I miss a bunch of stuff? I don't understand. You'd think we would have been hearing about this for the last year.
Yep. If you were here at the Dog and Chicken Show, you have been. For those just listening, we have the story pulled up. Key points for this story. President Joe Biden called on Democratic New York Governor Andrew Cuomo to resign Tuesday following a report that said Cuomo sexually harassed 11 women. Quote, he should resign, Biden told reporters at the White House. Asked whether Cuomo should be removed from office if he refuses to resign, Biden said, I understand the state legislature may decide to impeach. I do not know that for a fact. End quote.
Can you read that last one again there just real quick?
Asked whether Cuomo should be removed from office if he refuses to resign, Biden said, end quote, I understand the state legislature may decide to impeach. I do not know that for a fact. End quote. I'm sure it sounded. I'm sure I can finish for more.
The state senate can impeach, but no, when
state legislators here, fat, they decide to impeach.
Donald
Trump's your president. I mean, I do not know that for a fact.
How much do you suppose Andrew Cuomo has to be shitting a chicken right now when he reads this? Because it's one thing, like, not only did he say, not only should he resign, but, you know, hey, the legislature can impeach, and that's the president of your own party coming down on you.
Yep.
Like, I
wouldn't give
he
said the other day. One thing he said the other day to reporters, which he's absolutely, this was after I think he said the whole, like, the children drinking children's blood thing. Right after that, he said, "I am the Democratic Party," which was like horrible timing to say that. But he's right. He is, in this context, he is the Democratic Party. So,
Oh boy, but yeah, like now again,
Get away with it.
regardless of what method it is that Cuomo's going down, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. What can I say?
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah.
This is all well-deserved recognition. Couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
oh wow, here we go. There's a 165-page report which comprises of interviews with 179 witnesses and reviews of tens of thousands of documents. Also said that Cuomo's
I'm sorry,
office was
what?
riddled
Did
with
you say
fear and
how many?
all right. Let me read it again. There's a
Please.
165-page report which comprises interviews of 179 witnesses and a review of tens of thousands of documents. Also said that Cuomo's office was riddled with fear and intimidation and was a hostile work environment for many staffers.
179 witnesses, tens of thousands of documents.
Yes.
I'm going to say it one more time, folks. We've been saying this shit for a year, but no. You're right. There are more important things to do, like yell at people for not wearing the fucking cloth and shame people for not getting stabbed with a fucking needle. And there's an election, and we just don't have time for all this allegations. It doesn't matter that there are 179 fucking witnesses. Are you fucking kidding me?
Tony, welcome to political power. Remember that Sin City speech? Power doesn't come from a badge or a gun. It comes from lying big and getting everybody to believe it. When you can get somebody to say something they know isn't true, you got them by the balls. And there you go. The Cuomos have had New York by the balls for several generations now.
Let's go back in time at the beginning of COVID, because Cuomo was actually one of the only Democratic governors that actually was like, hey, we're not going to take rights from our citizens. Like the first 2 weeks of like potential lockdowns, he was one of the ones that was like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. And then when shit hit the fan in New York and cases went crazy high and deaths started going crazy, that motherfucker never came back after that. He flipped that switch 180 and was like, fuck you, you do what I tell you to, or you're all going to die. And if you don't want to die and you don't do what I tell you to, fuck you, I'm going to kill you. Like, so here's my biggest problem with this. Nothing against the 11 women accusing him of anything. Nothing at all against them. But he potentially killed and more than likely did kill, just like without saying it, 15,000 fucking people during COVID by being irresponsible with the information and putting people into nursing homes. Like, at what point is he going to be held accountable for that?
I think we're seeing it finally.
Thank you, 11 women. Thank you, 11 women, for speaking your truth and coming out. But seriously, is wokeness what's going to take this fucking guy down? I hope it's not that. I really hope that there's some real strong claims there. I really hope his staff went against him. And I fucking hope this guy burns in hell for what he did. He is one of the most, through all of COVID, all the shitty, terrible things we've seen, from fucking child suicides to fucking grandmas not being able to see their fucking families for their last fucking days over this goddamn virus that's gone through. I hope this fucker burns in hell. This is unforgivable. Anybody who has ever sided with this guy in any of these shitty decisions, unforgivable. Unforgivable. This guy is dirt beneath my toes.
It's amazing to think back, because if you listen to some of our, yes, indeed, here.
Yeah, I mean, like, sorry.
Motherfucker spitting. But if you listen back to some of those first,
how dare you not thumbs
shows
up this video after Chicken just dropped that? If you're listening, you better thumbs zip this after Chicken just started spitting them truths. So,
Not only that, but you should also like, share, subscribe. But it's interesting if you go back and listen to some of our first live shows, especially when we talk about him, because we were ready to write him in as the next fucking president at the beginning.
He had it.
He was red hot. He was red hot. He had a huge approval rating. He looked like $1 million on a headline. And boy, like you said, the fucking 180 that he took was just insane. And here we are. And then the fucking allegations started coming in. The deaths started piling up. And it's a year later. Again, this is a fucking year later. And we're just now getting around. But I'm sure glad it took till August for Biden to come around on this one.
You know, we had to give him a chance to kill another 15,000.
Well, yeah, exactly. We had to make sure those first 100 days we got all the executive orders out of the way.
I think
insulin unaffordable again.
Like even the most devil's advocate position that one could take, you have to unambiguously say that the hospital issue, the nursing home issue in New York is unambiguously Cuomo's fault. Like, even if you're even if you still happen to be one of Cuomo's biggest supporters, you have to come to terms with the fact that that is unambiguously his fault.
Yeah, and there's empirical evidence behind it too. I mean, there were several other states with similar positions. So Florida was almost an identical position. They did the exact opposite because DeSantis made the decision that, no, that sounds really stupid. Why would we put sick people in with our most vulnerable? No, we're not going to do that. And he didn't have the same problem. It was almost like the data streams and the population wise and the density. There was a lot of similarities there when you compare it across the country and the timing that it all hit. And you see two opposite positions on it, and you get totally opposite outcomes.
Yeah, DeSantis, on the other hand, is one of the few governors that is kind of unambiguously seen as having handled COVID well. Like, there's nobody that did perfect. You can't get perfect in one of these situations, but he's one of the folks that is seen as, I think he's at least viewed as one of the governors that handled COVID the best out of anybody in our country.
I agree.
So we'll see how
and the most attacked by the media.
Well, that just means that you're doing something right. It's like Winston Churchill says, like, oh,
it's like
good.
One of those.
I
got this.
Oh, good. You have enemies. That means at some point in your life, you stood up for something that actually you believe in. So, yeah, if you got enemies and people that hate you, that just means at some point you stood up for something that you believe in. That's all.
Kind of like a moderate. Thanks, Phil.
If that's what you interpret from that, sure.
Hey, you're the one that you said it. You said it. If I'm pissing off everybody, I'm doing something right. That's essentially what you just said.
By trying to agree with everybody, that's moderate.
Thank you.
Yeah, trying to agree with everybody. That's standing up. Yep.
Yes.
To wrap up some of the Cuomo
Tony's
stuff
biting
here.
that coin in the third place spot right now.
Oh boy. Wrapping up some of this Cuomo stuff here. So the White House press secretary Jen
Psaki, he's doing that. He's doing that for himself quite well. He's wrapping up his shit in New York.
Oh yeah, he is. Anyway, Jen Psaki's got to jump in on this with her just
thank God. I was waiting.
No,
look at a picture of her and then look at a picture of Chucky the doll, and you won't be able to unsee it.
Yeah, we'll do that next. So message what the hell? Where was I? Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the White House's message to Cuomo's accusers was that all women who, quote, have lived through this type of experience deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. Thanks, Jen Psaki. Because only women that have been through this type of experience need respect and dignity from the White House, apparently, because I thought all Americans should get respect and dignity from the fucking White House.
Now, hang on. Hey, guys. I need to be quiet. Do you hear that? That was the sound of Cuomo just being thrown under the bus. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Like we just yep, that's it. We're done with you, Cuomo. So
well, basically, yeah. If Jen Psaki condemns you, you're fucked. Like there's nobody more important or enthralling at a podium than that woman. My God, what an inspiration! I hang on every single word she says. Such an inspiration.
I'm gonna look up the Saki and Chucky picture real quick since Phil brought that up.
I wasn't
he
on
had to-
camera
he
this
had to
time.
go
I don't know if
take
they said something
He had to go take
incredibly
a phone
inappropriate.
call real quick.
God, what was my phone call at the time?
Of course, I have to look it up on DuckDuckGo because it is obviously blocked on Yahoo and Google apparently. So
The tube
Duck-
of views.
apparently, I just tried on both and I
Oh.
could not find it.
Weird. It's almost
Saki?
like they censored. No, I don't want to.
No,
No, we wouldn't know anything about that.
no.
I love YouTube. Like it's basically the best tool I have at my disposal every day. And really, if I didn't have it in my life, what would be the point? Honestly, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I'd probably just be out here in Amish country, churning butter and wishing of times when it would return.
Okay, I haven't found it quite yet, but this one is pretty good.
Wow. That one's actually horrifying.
That is horrifying. And then you got the
God,
why
real
can't they?
Yeah.
Naughtiness.
These pictures on here are fucking awful.
Yeah.
I'm just
God,
anticipating one of them
Christ.
is going to be bad. So
Which one? This one?
Yeah, what is that?
sorry,
I
I'm
think
getting
that's
ahead of it
one the
because
newer ver-
Twitch doesn't have much of a sense of humor. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
Yeah, that was fun.
All right.
God damn it! Where's my mouse?
So, yep, Cuomo's done. I never thought I'd live to see the day, to be honest. Like, I figured he was going to
It's
stay
not
around forever.
official. It's not official.
I thought I'd live to see it. I thought it would be 2020.
I'm
when
saying
we
it's
first
done
started
already. This is the
talking
day
about
before
all
he
the
resigned.
allegations.
This is the day
When it got
before
up to
Cuomo
7.
resigned. Okay. This is kind of like
we need a dozen women.
a
Apparently,
really bad
before-
marriage, and they're still like when you're still holding on and you don't want to quite like let go. I've seen it a dozen times, and it's like, well, okay, it should have probably ended like a year and a half, 2 years ago, but it just kind of had to play out. And what we're seeing here is basically like the storming out in the middle of the restaurant, splashing the wine in the face. This is the actual. This is the one. Like, so this is
Leave it to the Democrats to go. Yeah, we really need to have the president step in and condemn this guy to really put the nail in the coffin. But we can't let Trump have that honor. Let's get our guy in, and then we'll tell him to do it.
Well, but like I said earlier, guys, when a Republican says a Democrat should, this is just a little thought experiment. Come with me, because I've heard this originally about the Pope, but I'm going to translate it here because the original thought experiment is when the Pope says he believes in God, you're thinking, well, the Pope is doing his job again today. But then if you hear the Pope is starting to doubt the existence of God, you start to think, whoa, okay, he might be onto something. So because that's completely counter to his motivations. So when a Republican says a Democrat should resign, well, a Republican's just doing his job again today. But when a Democrat says a Democrat should resign, you start to think, well, maybe they might be onto something.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Excellent. And we are back. Yes. So that was some of our Cuomo analysis from the Dog and Chicken Show, Big Buck and Empire. Definitely check out Big Buck and Empire on YouTube. Yeah, that was a great time over there. And turns out I was right. Cuomo's done and he's on his way out. And Tantui Tenman with one of the better comments. Southern District of New York spent 5 years trying to impeach and remove President Trump, and Cuomo ends up resigning. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Yes. All of that effort, and it's Cuomo that's gone. I'm still flabbergasted. I'm still gobsmacked, and I'm actually quite angry. I don't like the fact that he's going to be getting off of this. Everything's going to be concealed. Everything's going to be buried and classified. And you're going to have to go through 15 layers of legal nonsense just to be able to see a single document. And Cuomo's going to get off scot-free. We all know it. Every one of us knows it. And it's unfortunate. We all know deep down that even if he's lost power, but he did avoid justice. And that's
Not a good day. Not a good day. So, so that is one thing. But folks, we're gonna shift our gears just a little bit because we're gonna get into some other breaking news, and I'm going to play it's going to be a bit of a series for you here, folks, and we're going over to our good friends over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast because there is a $1 billion struggle, a potential corporate takeover going on as we speak. Hunter Hearst Helmsley, as he's known publicly, Paul Levesque, is in a power struggle with, let's be frank, we could call them this, could say that, it's with John Laurinaitis and Bruce Pritchard for the $1 billion fortune that is the WWE World Wrestling Entertainment, which is now in a $1 billion deal with Peacock, the Saudi government, Fox Sports, USA Network. So if you think this is just a silly little wrestling, there's a lot of money on the line here, folks. And this is also the reputation of a certain businessman by the name of Nick Khan. If you don't know him, you should get to know him well, even if you don't give a shit about wrestling. Nick Khan, he's the salesman. He's the closer. You bring him into your company, it's looking like when you want to line up your company to sell. And so we're going to go through a couple of interesting videos here that have been breaking down all of this craziness. And we're going to start here with just one breaking news, and it just keeps fucking coming, folks. And you will see throughout this string, this has been breaking news bulletins at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast that has only taken just barely over a week. So this is all very relevant. And once you start to come with me on this journey, you will see the narrative. You will start to get something will start to crystallize in your minds. So come along with me because these videos are only a couple of minutes apiece, and it will give you an interesting idea as to how billionaires and the billions are being shuffled around at the moment at the highest levels. And so, folks, even if you're not a wrestling fan, come along with me to this because there is grander narrative and a lesson to be learned from all of this. And that's why we're breaking into these breaking news headlines right fucking now. All right. All that being said, let's fucking do this shit. And you know what? Because we're here together, I'm going to just go ahead and skip. This was Revolutionary Wrestling fucking Podcast, folks. Like, share, subscribe there, but also K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for this breaking news bulletin. Daniel Bryan has signed with AEW. Had to make sure you beautiful people were getting every single note of this beautiful voice here. But yes, Daniel Bryan, the former Daniel Bryan, now once again Bryan Danielson, has signed with AEW. This is now official. This is not rumor and innuendo. I mean, come on now. When would the wrestling industry ever lie? But okay, this is according to exclusive. All right, let me get all of those varying phonery noises. So that is how quickly I tried to get online with you folks. Okay, so according to Cassidy Haynes exclusive, Daniel Bryan has signed with AEW. Details on what he asked for from company. Okay, so this is according to bodyslam.net. Daniel Bryan's last match with WWE took place back on April 30th on SmackDown when he lost to Roman Reigns in a championship versus career match. It was then reported that Daniel Bryan's WWE contract had expired on May 4th, 2021. There's been lots of speculation as to what the future holds for the former WWE champion, as it was reported earlier this week via PW Insider that there were no merchandise or action figure plans in place for Bryan with WWE for the remainder of the year. This led many to believe that Bryan will not return to WWE. In an update as to the future of Bryan Danielson, FKA Daniel Bryan, a source has
spoken has told me that he is, quote, locked in and has 100% already signed a contract. In addition, I was told that Danielson was wanting to work less dates for comparable money. He wanted the ability to be able to work in Japan and wanted to have creative input on his character, which he got. There's also tentative plans already in place for Danielson's AEW debut. There will be more on Bryan Danielson signing with AEW and potential plans for his debut soon. So, folks, Bryan Danielson is all elite, and he's wanted to work in Japan. He's wanted to have less dates so he can be with his family, because like he said, you don't get those years back. He's just become a father, so totally understandable. But here you go, folks. Bryan Danielson is all elite. I'm looking forward to seeing this, and this is also on the backs. This is also on the back of rumors of CM Punk is also in talks with AEW. Now, this is all rumor and innuendo at this point. But, folks, there you go. Bryan Danielson has signed with AEW. The American Dragon is going to return. I'm excited. I know you're excited, folks. My goodness. This is one of those where the possibilities are endless. He gets to actually make his own match. And let's be frank, that guy has had a hard time getting anywhere lower than 4 stars on my scale with any match he's had lately. So I could only imagine the matches he's going to have with Cody. Oh my God. Those are going to be amazing, ascendant, astounding, spectacular, must-watch television. I'm just trying to think here. Do you have him just literally kick the belt right off of Kenny Omega, and that's who you put the belt on? Like, that seems like your best bet. I mean, I'm speculating here, folks, but I just wanted to get with all of you beautiful people and let you know that it has happened. AEW got a big get today, folks, and I just wanted to report it with all of you beautiful people. So, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining me here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and Twitch. That is K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and Twitch. You know it's the right place to be. You can also find me at Big Buckin' Empire along with Chicken. Find that at YouTube and Facebook, so you can get, it's just like the down here part, like the little ticker here, everything there, but you need to hear it from my beautiful summer sounds that are my voice. Also, be sure to like, share, subscribe right here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Head on over to Spotify and be sure to listen to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast audio over there, folks. I am your king of extreme, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Signing off and handing it off. God bless every last one of you people, and I can't wait for you to be right back here, happy, healthy, much the wiser. Hey, folks, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, like, share, subscribe. K.O.E. Nation, like, share, subscribe. Big Buckin' Empire, like, share, subscribe. K.O.E. Nation, YouTube, and Twitch. God bless.
Yep, you gotta love how good I am at that. I just am relentless, and I'm just gonna leave Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast up on your screen here, and then this one's even shorter. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. CM Punk has signed with AEW. CM Punk is all elite. This is according to Ringside News. AEW is very close to working on a deal with Punk, and Ringside News exclusively reported that it was virtually done. All they needed to do was sign the contract. We can now report that the deal is actually finished. A source has confirmed that Punk signed on this morning. Obviously, there is a lot of excitement over this deal. It was not confirmed when he will be debuting,
but we were told Punk will be on TV nearly every week. So there you have it, folks. CM Punk is all elite. I just wanted to take a moment to report to all of you beautiful people out there that this is happening. And got traffic coming. But yep, CM Punk, all elite.
It just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. Nice Phil K.O.E. music there. And yep, and then this is Tony G's breaking news. So this is all a string of narrative that I'm gonna get to at the end of this, folks. So we're almost there.
Hey, this is Tony G. Just wanted to check in real quick and offer my thoughts on this ridiculously surprising breaking news. I didn't see this coming. This was not something I expected. I'll be honest. This is huge. This is potentially massive. I understand the Daniel Bryan and CM Punk stuff is a landmark for a company like AEW, but Bray Wyatt being on the market, you know, his brother Bo being on the market, Rowan being out there, you know, the late Luke Harper, who had already made a big impact on Dynamite. So they could all follow suit. This could be massive. This could be that Wyatt family reunion unhinged. There's that potential. Like, this is, I'm a little flabbergasted that this has happened. And man, I'd be shocked if he ends up anywhere but AEW. I mean, I know Braun Strowman's still out there as well, but all signs are kind of pointing to him going back to WWE, so we'll see on that. But Bray Wyatt and AEW, that could be massive. I'm very interested to see where this goes. I'm very excited because the last year and a half of his tenure in WWE was an absolute disaster. They handcuffed that gimmick that was nothing but a license to print money, and this could be huge for him. This could be a renaissance for this guy. Fan favorite. He's in great shape. I just saw him on social media yesterday. So this is big, folks. We got to keep our eyes on this one. So like, share, subscribe. Stay right here.
Oh, we will, Tony. Oh, we will. And then this was both of our videos dropped at about the same time. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, folks. We have got breaking news bulletin. Bray Wyatt has been released by the WWE. Yes, the Fiend is no longer darkening the doors of the WWE. You heard me right. Bray Wyatt, the Fiend. Okay, now this is according to Fightful's Sean Ross Sapp. Okay, this is from... Let's see here. Inside the Ropes, Bray Wyatt released by WWE. WWE have confirmed that Bray Wyatt has been released by the company. The news was first confirmed by Fightful Sean Ross Sapp, who noted that Wyatt had gone from the company after WWE posted a statement on Twitter. The first tweet was quickly deleted. However, a new statement was issued shortly after confirming that WWE had come to terms on the release of the former Universal Champion. The Fiend Bray Wyatt was last in action at WrestleMania 37, where he was defeated by Randy Orton after he was distracted by Alexa Bliss. So there you have it, folks. Bray Wyatt has been released by the WWE. I don't even know what to say to this. When Tony and I went to go see the Royal Rumble in 2020 in Texas, the Fiend was one of the main reasons people were there. He was the main attraction. The kid next to me was there to see the Fiend wrestle and to see Drew McIntyre win the Royal Rumble. That was all he was there to see.
and they had one of the most lightning in a bottle stars in a generation, and they just destroyed it. So I've never seen such a complete burial, so it makes sense considering that they've completely destroyed him in any credibility, but it's been done in a way that he can show up on another show and it still be interesting. So I guess, folks, the Fiend is no more, but now the villain. Is he going to be all elite? Heading to Japan? I don't know. You guys let me know in the comments. Where do you think Bray Wyatt, the Fiend, is going to end up? Where is he going? What's he going to do? What's he going to call himself? Folks, this is huge. I mean, they released Braun Strowman not too long ago, and now they released the Fiend. The Fiend. One of their biggest selling, one of their biggest attention getters. I mean, Fox wanted them to move the Fiend to SmackDown just so they could have him on their television. And now he's gone. I mean, at this point, can you even say that anybody other than Nick Khan is in charge? Well, folks, I don't even know what to say at this point anymore other than, all that being said, thank you for joining me for this breaking news bulletin here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me also at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Folks, be safe out there.
Here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. A little bit of a duo there for you folks. Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of high level stuff you get here. And then the hits just kept coming. And this is just a few days ago, like 2-3 days ago. Ladies and gentlemen, this breaking news bulletin. Ric Flair, woo, released from WWE. Woo, the Rolex wearing, styling, profiling, alligator booted, limousine riding, absolutely no commercial flying, kiss stealing, wheeling, dealing, son of a gun. Yeah, my inconsiderate neighbors are mowing. I know, so terrible. They don't even know that Ric Flair has been released from WWE, folks. Can you believe it? Yes, Ric Flair released from WWE. Never thought I would. Wow. I really thought that would be where Rick just ended his. That would be where his final appearance is. But yeah, I'm flabbergasted. I'm gobsmacked. Apparently, this is just gonna keep on going until they're down to like Roman Reigns, Dolph Ziggler, and Bobby Roode. That's oh man. I hope I didn't jinx one of those three. But yeah, folks. Ric Flair is released from WWE. Do you think he's going to go to AEW? I don't really see why he wouldn't. I mean, you got Tully there. You got Arn there. I mean, you got at least a few of the Four Horsemen there. So, hey, why not? So, folks, let me know in the comments what you think about all this. But, yes, the Nature Boy, woo, the 16-time world champion is all elite, baby. It's happening. In my opinion, that's what I think he's going to do. That's where he's going to go. He's going to AEW. Of course he would. Wow. Ric Flair released, folks. Let me know what you think in the comments. Do you think they're really going to drop the Charlotte Flair name now? They're going to just be Charlotte from here on out. It's going to be very interesting to see where this goes, and will AEW do anything with Rick when he's available? And also, this does open him up to do like commercials, do movies, to do all kinds of interesting stuff. So, Ric Flair has kind of emerged as a pop culture figure in the last 10 years, so I could really see him really utilizing that. But hey, all that being said, I'm going to hand it over to Tony G to see what he thinks of all this. T, take it away.
And more dominoes just keep falling. Ric Flair has asked for his release from WWE. You want a budget cut? That's a huge one right there, folks. I personally, I don't think he's going to end up in AEW for more than an offshoot. Let's be frank, this is just going to be a great way to reunite the Four Horsemen. That's going to be a massive rating spike for AEW. You'll see him a few times on AEW, but this isn't going to be anything long term. But I would say it's almost a 99.99% chance that we see Ric Flair show up on Dynamite or do something on a pay-per-view, probably at All Out, introduce somebody. But yeah, probably a Four Horsemen in-person reunion, appreciation night thing. And this is big. Vince, I don't know what you're doing at this point. You're driving enough people off. You're spurning the dirtiest player in the game, the biggest living legend that there is. What's next? This is insanity at this point. I mean, who's going to be left in WWE? What legends are they going to have left? Like everybody that Randy Orton pissed off that one specific night on Raw, Mark Henry, Big Show, Christian, Ric Flair, they're all most likely going to be in AEW very, very soon with Flair. So, buckle in, bitches.
And there you go, folks. Tony, thank you much for that analysis. And as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. You can find us on YouTube and Spotify. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your game extreme Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Spotify. Catch you around the flip side, folks. And woo!
Here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive.
Nice.
Eldorado. Oh, Lord.
And then there's one last piece of this string that you need to come along with me on, and then you're going to finally see what we've all been seeing here, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for a very interesting discussion. Breaking news, is it? We don't know yet. Adam Cole, is he leaving WWE? Is he not? We don't know. He is the name that's on everybody's lips in the world of wrestling right now. And considering Bray Wyatt just got released, that means Adam Cole, well done to you, sir. You're doing something very, very right. So, Adam Cole, where is he going? There's a lot of possibilities here. There's a lot of different choices that he could make. The one that we got to keep in mind, though, A, his significant other is in AEW. B, the Vince McMahon Jedi mind trick. I don't think people are quite acknowledging just how powerful that is. And really, let's be frank, what I suspect that is that'll persuade anybody when you see those dollar signs in your eyes. But I'm gonna hand it over to one Tony G to give his thoughts on this. Tony, what are your thoughts on everything that we know thus far? T?
Hey, everybody. This is Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe. Just wanted to take a minute quick and check in with you. We've had these crazy stories dropping for the better part of a month now, where WWE releases are happening. People are asking for their releases. You know, Braun Strowman and Bray Wyatt being the two big ones, former Universal and World Champs. That's insane enough. Ric Flair was granted his release just yesterday, which is pretty surprising. And these are all guys people kind of expect to end up in AEW if they don't immediately find their way back into WWE somehow. This is another big one. Apparently, Adam Cole's contract is coming to an end either before or after SummerSlam. And we're knocking on the heels of that thing. Apparently, he has a no-compete clause that's just gone. There's no 90-day there. There's no 60 or 30-day. He can just do whatever he wants. That's massive. Adam Cole, the poster child of NXT, could be gone, potentially, unless he decides to stick around. Granted, NXT is not what it was a couple of years ago. It's just not. And AEW is looking a little bit more lucrative than, for sure, NXT. I mean, look at what they're doing with Karrion Kross. Still the champ, and he's being jobbed out on Raw. It's ridiculous. I don't know what to think of this. This would be a big get for AEW. You know, he's probably got enough mileage that this would be a big deal for them to get him. He's a big enough name. He's a good enough. He's a great talent. This would be huge for them. And given with all the other expected signings of Daniel Bryan and CM Punk and potentially a Braun Strowman, Ric Flair, Bray Wyatt, the star power is getting more and more intense over there. But I don't know what to expect here. I kind of expected he's going to re-sign with NXT. But again, this is a guy we kind of expected like a year or more, like 2 years ago. We really thought the Undisputed Era was going to get a main roster call-up. That just didn't happen. Maybe he's not happy. You know, his wife's over there, Britt Baker. Maybe he's ready to move along, because I wouldn't want to join the Raw or SmackDown roster if I'm him. He's going to be undersized. He'll get a lot more freedom in AEW, and he'll be a lot more, not to say blend in, but size-wise, it'd be a lot better fit. I don't know. This could go either way, but I do, at the moment, expect him to re-sign with WWE. And speaking of SummerSlam, here we go again. Just when we got crowds back, not that it made Raw any more watchable yet, there is talk of it potentially being off. I don't know if this is going to happen. This is big. I think that they're probably going to go and push through with this. Fingers crossed. But with COVID restrictions being the big thing now, SummerSlam's in danger. We ran into this with WrestleMania 36, and it was a devastating blow. Is this the start of it again? I don't think so. I think we'll see SummerSlam go off without too big of a hitch, maybe some restrictions, but then after that, it's looking very, very likely that WWE moves the live shows, Monday Night Raw, SmackDown, NXT, all back to the Performance Center with the Thunderdome until they can find another home for it. So that's what we're expecting, and I can't say I'm thrilled. Wrestling, we thought it was back finally. We thought we were getting a bit of a resurgence. This is just another devastating blow. So keep an eye on this. Make sure to like, share, subscribe right here to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. We'll keep you informed. We'll keep you up to date, and we will give you the news that we have when it becomes available. Thanks for stopping.
Thank you, Tony G. Always amazing analysis, as always. To me, I think whether he's going to stay or go, you have to look at several different things. One, his really sad reaction when he heard that Tyler Breeze had been released. That was one where he's like, really? He was not happy about that. You could see his live reaction on YouTube, and it was not a happy one. Then all you have to do is look at how pretty much any NXT great, with the exception of Kevin Owens, is treated on the main roster. I mean, okay, Seth Rollins also gets his proper due, but he was in NXT before NXT was really NXT. But just look at, I don't know, Karrion Kross, Keith Lee, Shinsuke Nakamura, Bo Dallas. I mean, you can just keep going. Finn Balor. You can look at some of the greats of NXT, and they just do not get the love. The War Viking Raider Machine experience from another dimension. I mean, Adam Cole will be lucky if he makes it to the main roster and Vince just says, we got this great gimmick for you. It's called Tom Thumb. And let's see, to give you some character,
Let's make you an oil rig worker in Newfoundland. And yeah, you're way up north most of the year, and you come down to wrestle in the ring once the snow melts. There we go. This is going to give you some character, Adam Cole. Can't see why he wouldn't sign on for that. So that and Bray Wyatt gets released. You think Adam Cole has job security? No, especially if he doesn't have a contract that doesn't have that 90-day out that they have where they can just review it every 90 days. So yeah, Bray's gone. So, and also I've heard that Bruce Pritchard, John Laurinaitis, and Vince McMahon, they've all kind of gotten together and they've made this decision of they don't want any more short guys and they don't want anybody in their 30s. So I'm afraid, like, Adam Cole, you can always say this about the guy, like, he's got everything but size. And here's the thing, like, wrestlers are an unusually tall breed of folk. Like, let's just be frank, most wrestlers are just gonna be a bit taller than average because that's the appeal. Like, I think it was, oh goodness, what was his name? I want to say, Bill Watts. He was the one who said, big athletic men draw. Just big athletic people draw. So that's one of the things that wrestling always gravitates to. That's why Andre the Giant is so loved. Adam Cole is actually probably slightly larger than average size, but just in the world of wrestling, he's like, what? You're an average sized mortal? Why? How could we ever use that to gain sympathy in a storyline? Oh, wait. So, yeah, to me, I think this is a very interesting crossroad for this man because there's two options here. He can go to AEW, gamble on himself, but he's gambling on himself. His significant other is in AEW. She's making good money. But this is that moment where is Vince and the machine actually going to get behind you? And if you walk away now, that machine isn't going to get behind you the same way that it did before. So this is a very tough, agonizing moment for this man. I can only assume his contract expires at the end of this month, and there's no compete clause. He has a no compete clause that he has to worry about. Normally, like Bray Wyatt has to sit for 90 days. Now, don't get me wrong. When you get laid off in WWE, the 90-day no compete, you are getting paid your full contract those 90 days. So, well, I mean, not your full contract, but your agreed amount over those 90 days. So, yeah, Gallows and Anderson would be like, wait, what? Hey, we got, really? Is that the deal? Then we got some, no, sorry, guys. But yeah, so that is what we have going forward for one Adam Cole. Apparently, Pete Dunne's contract is going to be coming up at the end of September, but he'll also have the 90-day no compete. So we won't be seeing him on AEW television until like November or Christmas, possibly, depending on how contract negotiations takes. So I think really, Adam Cole, I don't know how you did it, but your name is now the buzz of everybody in the industry. And I think it is going to revitalize his career regardless of which direction he goes. Much like Randy Orton, when just the mere speculation of is Randy Orton going to go to AEW, just getting those juices flowing in people's minds, that was what really got Randy Orton back in people's attention. So yeah, I really see this as a huge opportunity for Adam Cole, no matter which way it goes. And if I was him, even if I was going to sign with WWE, I'm like, well, sorry. I mean, Vince, I'll keep this between you and me. Like, I'm going to sign this contract in a week or two, but I'm going to let this just beautiful speculation simmer. I'm sorry. The whole wrestling world is talking about me. And when I sign on the dotted line for you, that all changes. So we got a couple weeks to work with this. So let's just go with this. Now, I know you're just thinking, well, just sign a contract between you and me. Well, somebody's going to know. And there's the three best ways to let a secret out: telephone, telegraph, telewrestler. So that's, I totally. One moment, I gotta just stop all proceedings here.
Buongiorno, Patty P. How you doing? How you doing? It's actually evening here. It's noches here in Nebraska. It's actually my state flag right there. But God bless Patty P. And Girly Bear, how you doing? How you doing there, Girly Bear? Welcome all, welcome all. How all you beautiful people doing this evening? I just decided I've had quite a week. I've had an interesting evening, and I figured I would just come stream with all y'all this evening before I go back out into the ether for whatever debauchery and ne'er-do-wellery that I find myself in. But how you all been? God bless, God bless. I'm just going over some stuff from the Revolutionary Wrestling podcast, and earlier I was going over the CUOMO controversy, and actually after this video I've got one more CUOMO video that I gotta hit up. I forgot about that one in the rotation, but yeah, it's been quite a week in news, and it's been quite a week in my own personal life. But you know, it is the strange, beautiful, marvelous up, down, laugh, cry, left, right journey that is this amazing thing we call life. Well, good to hear. Good to hear. I'm glad to hear it, and I hope everything finds you well. But yeah, we're almost done with this video, so we're going to close this one out. Cole's perspective. But folks, this has been just a little examination into the world that is professional wrestling contract negotiation. The romantic world that is. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. You know it's the right thing to do. That is K.O.E Nation, YouTube, and Twitch. But be sure to like, share, subscribe right here to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and also head on over to Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube as well. Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope to find all of you back at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. Catch you later, folks.
To here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow.
It's hard to survive. You got a little duet there, folks. You got two fills for the price of one there. I mean, my goodness, probably the best deal in the history of ever. But yeah, so that let's see, we got Girly Bear says, I was watching the vid of Tom on your 100th episode. I enjoyed the face app photos of you. That was actually a really fun time. It was kind of funny, and what's really kind of like, me and Tony have been joking, like, boy, Lynn was really mad about the fact, like, I mean, really? You get to use a picture of Phil when he's like 19 years old? I mean, what about me? Like, like, we got catty quick. Like, I even joked, like, we descended into some catty bitches real fast, and it was a fun time. It was a fun time. I can't, yep, it was. And yeah, like, so what can I say? I'm just beautiful. I just extrude beauty in every way. And so, yeah, that was a good time. And I also liked the fact that me and Tom got touch base, because Girly Bear, you weren't part of this, but we had a side chat and conversation where I was just giving him a hard time because he said, like, only tankies aren't going to have something done left or something on anymore after he got caught dropping some N-bombs publicly. And so I was like, well, only the tankies aren't going to have them on. And so I just saw the opening for a perfect joke. I was like, well, now I'm not going to have them on. I don't know what to do now, do you? And so, but I always said that the line that I draw, the distinction is this sock left guy, every time we would interact, to me, he was a giant asshole. Tom, when we interact, we disagree on a lot.
but he's not a giant asshole. Yeah, and so it's that it's that small distinction, just that little tiny distinction. But yeah, so it was really good to have Tom come on, and it was good reconnecting with the man. So we'll see. And yeah, he's I got to give him credit. He just keeps at it, and he's just always pumping content out there, and you can always go to Tom's channel and you'll always find a little something there. But yeah, that night actually it was a very good night. And actually, since you bring that up, I'm gonna pull that back up, the something that I had on earlier, just so I can have all the faces on the screen here. Let's see here. I got to scroll down just a fritter. There we go. There we are. Let's get all the parties involved on screen. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Muy es perfecto. All right. There we are. These are all the parties that I was interacting with last night, folks who do not know. But hang on here, Grilly Bear. What was going on with your friend, the guy in the red hat? He was chasing a storm or something. I'll get into that. Okay. In the top left, you're going to see the one and only Chicken, and he's from Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. But yeah, these were all people, and then Tom too. So actually, no, I don't have the footage of Tom yet, but everybody else, yes. Then there's me, of course, K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. The guy on the far right on the top, he's the Yanked Up Podcast. Real fun guy, real nice guy. Tony, yeah, he was chasing a storm. No, his internet, they're burying a fiber optic cable, and so his internet's not going to be any good for 2 months. But once it's buried, supposedly his internet's supposed to be fucking spectacular. And so he's just waiting on this better internet. And so he came over to my house, and literally while we were podcasting, a giant rainstorm came in. And that was just one of those fudge. So Tony, he got a call from the wife, head home. The kids are wondering where dad's at because the thunder's here. So Tony headed home. And so literally that's a shot of him heading to my house, and it was fun. Yeah, we had a good time while he was there. And yeah, and then later on, yes, Tom did show up, and it was a really, really good time. And but yeah, the other two that I didn't get to, the bottom underneath me, your King of Extreme, that's Lynn. You can find him at West Lynn 4 on TikTok. And then the man in the far bottom right, that is the one and only Brendan Roy of Dad's Worldwide on YouTube. Definitely give them all a check out. And also Tomfoolery, and also I think it's Fence Sitters Podcast, because I look up the Fence Sitters is a whole different thing, and it's kind of like counterpoints versus contrapoints, or I forget, like it's kind of like one of those. So I found that pretty damn funny. But yeah, so that episode 100 was actually a really good time, despite it all. And CUOMO went down. That was another thing we talked about in the news there. And actually, that is going to be my most convoluted segue in all God's creation into what I was wanting to talk about, to wrap up with anyways. Just this one last thought here on CUOMO. And as much as I'm glad he is no longer in power, so that is a good thing. The fact that it looks like because they're done with the impeachment and they just rescinded it, all of the other documents and everything are going to remain classified and hidden and not made public. Looks like he's going to walk. He's going to walk on the nursing home thing. He's going to not walk on everything else. So, but this was my reaction the moment hearing he was actually going to resign. I was out in the middle of a goddamn well, not a goddamn cornfield, but you know what I mean. I was out in the middle of a cornfield. God bless it, but hey, ain't it life, folks?
Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for a very special update. If you don't know, Andrew Cuomo has resigned. That's right. within effective in 14 days or 13 days now, Andrew Cuomo will no longer be the governor of New York. Man, I mean, if you've got a better example of the bigger they are, the harder they fall, I'd love to hear it, folks. So this was shocking to me. I was not expecting this. I figured he was going to fight till the bitter end, but no, he is done in New York politics and probably American politics altogether. We mentioned this on the Dog and Chicken Show over at Big Bucket Empire, and I'll actually link to the video in the description where we talked about this before he had resigned, and we were talking about, like, in what way does he actually retain political power here? I don't see how he does this, and it looks like he will not. Governor Andrew Cuomo, governor no more, folks. Wow. The political stranglehold of the Cuomo family over New York has come to an end, and we will see it in 13 days. Folks, this history keeps happening here, folks, and I'm just trying, like, I'm a farmer out in the middle of a cornfield, just trying to keep you up to date on all of it. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Be sure to like, share, subscribe right here to the KOE Nation, and also head on over to Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube so you can see even more of our analysis. Folks, wow. So the lieutenant governor is already set to take power, and it's going to be a smooth transition from government. Cuomo is no more. We were here to see it, folks. Like, share, subscribe to KOE Nation. God bless.
To here and see if it just smooths
Ever
itself out.
get back, tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive.
El Dorado.
Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Patty P, God bless you. I don't speak Italian, but it's a beautiful language. It is a truly beautiful language, and God bless all of you. And I'm praying for all of you. I'm hearing things aren't going spectacularly over there, so I pray for you all. Girly Bear, what am I drinking tonight? Classic American bourbon, Old Forester 1910 Old Fine whiskey from the Old Forester distillery. Excellent stuff. It was one of the few distilleries that was allowed to continue production through Prohibition because it was medicinal bourbon. Nowadays, it's highly legal to even imply that there's any medical benefit to alcohol, but in those times, like, and there's even kind of like callbacks in the old Star Trek movies with Dr. Spock. You go, no, I keep this Romulan ale for strictly medical purposes. But yes, Buffalo Trace, Old Forester, and a few other brands were the only ones that were allowed to continue distillation through Prohibition. Because yes, doctors would keep bourbon as I don't know what it was to treat, but I mean, you got to remember, this is also a time when it was like, oh no, Paul died. Doctor said he passed away of bone madness. So, it is what it is. So, that's the vapor. The vapors. He had the vapors, and it caused him great deterious bone madness. And so the doctor said that was just in it. And so we tried the leeches. Oh, we tried the leeches. Dozens of leeches, and to no avail. So, keep in mind, medicine is always evolving. But no, what's kind of funny is Jon Stewart, when he was on the Colbert show, and he just kind of made it okay to talk about the lab leak theory again. Like, to even talk about it now, let alone who knows what you believe, but just to even discuss it now is allowed now, thanks to Jon Stewart
pretty much alone. He got to give the man credit. He single-handedly willed that into existence. But it was oh Lord. Yeah, he was talking about how the masks, that's what we do is we mask and, in these situations. And then there was the Spanish flu where we all masked, and that was the big thing. And then there was a plague. I remember I was watching a documentary about King Charles the second, when he rose to power after Cromwell's revolution. And there was a big plague going around part of Britain. And you know what they did? They gave masks to the soldiers and told people to keep away from each other. And they didn't touch things for 2 weeks. So literally, like, shipments of carpets and stuff would show up to some castle and they'd sit outside for 2 weeks, even in the rain. Didn't care. And we're not going to touch it for 2 weeks, because apparently, to their science, they said 2 weeks was long enough for the plague to go away on something. So probably wasn't true. Probably all bullshit. But there you go, folks. That was medicine in the way back times. It wasn't all that good. And so, yes, but even during Prohibition, you could get medicinal bourbon. And so I think that's kind of the impetus for where we have the structure for medicinal marijuana being legal in the United States, because they're kind of borrowing from the medicinal bourbon practices. So yeah, life, ain't it beautiful, folks? But alrighty, beautiful people. Now it is time. We are here for the main event. And this is, I'm going to be honest, I'm real proud of this. I'm really happy with how it turned out. And I previewed part 1 the last time, but this time is the full. Patty P, American brothers fight for freedom, don't give up. In Italy, there's chaos. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear. We will continue to fight for freedom, Patty P. And thank you, and God bless you. God bless you. That's I will say that as many times as I need to. God bless you, and all you and yours, all your family and the folks you care about. Because in America, like in our area, there's your kinfolk, which is your blood. Folks are blood to you. And then there's your kith folk, Kith. You can even look it up in the dictionary. Kith folk is folks that aren't really your family by blood or marriage, but they just as well be. And so when I talk about you and yours, I'm talking about kin and kith. And God bless every last one of them. And I hope you have as good as you can possibly get out of this. But yeah, so folks, this is something that I'm really, really proud of. It's my first ever audiobook, and I'm going to play it here. It's All Tomorrows by C.M. Koseman. And we're getting right into it, folks. I love this shit. Enjoy. All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and varying fortunes of man by C.M. Koseman. To Mars. After millennia of earthbound foreplay, mankind's achievements on a noteworthy level began with its political unification and the gradual colonization of Mars. While the technology to colonize this world had existed for some time, political bickering, shifting agendas, and the sheer inertia of comfortable terrestrial usurping had made this step seem more distant than it actually was. Only when the risks clearly began to present themselves, only when Earth's environment had begun to buckle under the strain of 12 billion industrialized souls, did mankind finally take up the momentous task. All through the decades, traveling to and later settling on Mars have been envisioned as quick, relatively easy affairs, complicated but feasible and manageable in short term. As the push finally came to shove, it was realized that this was not the case. It had to go step by step. Atmospheric bombardment by genetically tailored microbes slowly generated a breathable atmosphere in a cycle that took centuries. Later, a few cometary fragments were knocked off course to bring forth seas, oceans, water. When the wait was finally over, remnants of Earth's flora and fauna were introduced as specifically modified Martian remakes.
When everything was ready, people came from their crowded world. They came in one-way ships, fusion rockets, and atmospheric gliders, packed to the brim with colonists, sleeping in dreams of a new beginning. The first steps on Mars were not taken by astronauts, but by barefoot children on synthetic grass. The Martian Americans. For several hundred years, Mars remained as a backwater, prospering but still dim compared to the splendor of Earth, which was glowing brighter than ever before. Thanks to the relocation of environmentally demanding industries to Mars, Earth could usurp everything without having to damage its tired biosphere. This was the terrestrial heyday, the climax of economic, cultural, and social development on old Earth. This, however, was not to last. Like the gradual separation of America from her colonial mother, the governments of Mars adopted a new Martian identity. They became the Martian Americans. The difference between Earth and Mars was not only political. A few generations in the lighter gravity gave the new Americans a spindly, lithe frame that would look surreal in their old home. This, combined with a certain amount of genetic engineering, took the Martians' separation to a new level. For a while, the silent schism between the two planets was mutually accepted, and the balance of power hung in an edgy equilibrium. But the Terra-Martian standoff could not last forever. With limitless resources and an energetic population, Mars was bound to take the lead. Civil War. The Martian turnover was expected to occur in two ways, either through long-term economical gain or by a much shorter but painful armed conflict. For almost 200 years, the former method seemed to take effect, but this gradual stretch eventually did break in a most destructive way. Almost since its establishment, Martian culture was suffused with an explicit theme of rebellion against Earth. Song, motion pictures, and daily publication repeated these notions again and again until they became internalized. Earth was the old, ossified home that held humanity back, while Mars was new, dynamic, active, and inventive. Mars was the future. The ideology eventually reached its semi-paranoid revolutionary apex. Roughly 1,000 years from now, the nations of Mars banned all non-essential trade and travel with Earth. For Earth, it was a death sentence. Without the resources and industries of Mars, the terrestrial heyday would quickly devolve into a pale shadow of its former glory. Since a trade of essential goods continued, nobody would starve. But for every citizen of Earth, the Martian boycott meant the loss of up to 3/4 of their yearly income. Earth had no choice but to reclaim its former privileges, by force if necessary. Centuries after her political unification, Terra geared up for war. Most thinkers and fanaticists of previous times had imagined interplanetary war as a glorious, fast-paced spectacle of massive spaceships, one-man fighters, and last-minute heroics. No fantasy could have been further from the truth. War between planets was a slow, nerve-wracking series of precisely timed decisions that spelled destruction on biblical scales. Most of the time, the combatants never saw each other. Most of the time, the combatants were not there at all. War became a duel between complicated, autonomous machines programmed to maximize damage to the other side while trying to last a little longer. Such a conflict caused horrendous destruction on both sides. Phobos, one of Mars' moons, was shattered and rained down as meteorite hail. Earth received a polar impact that killed off 1/3 of its population. Barely escaping extinction, the peoples of Earth and Mars made peace and reforged a united solar system. It had cost them more than 8 billion souls. Star people. The survivors agreed that massive changes were necessary to ensure that such a war never occurred again. These reforms were so comprehensive that they entailed not political, economical, but biological changes as well. One of the greatest differences between the people of the two planets was that over time, they had almost become different species. It was believed that the solar system could never completely unify until this discrepancy was overcome. The answer was a new human subspecies, equally and better adapted not only to Earth and Mars, but to the conditions of most newly terraformed environments as well. Furthermore, these beings were envisioned with larger brains and heightened talents, making them greater than the sum of their predecessors. Normally, it would be hard to convince any population to make a choice between mandatory sterilization and parenting a newfangled race of superior beings. However, memories of the war were still painfully fresh, and it was easier to implement these radical procedures in the wake of such slaughter. Any resistance to the birth of the new species did not extend beyond meager complaints and trivial strikes. In only a few generations, the new race began to prove its worth. Organized as a single state and aided by the technological development of the war, they rapidly terraformed and colonized Venus, the asteroids, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Soon, however, even the domain of soul grew too small. The new people who inherited it wanted to go further, to new worlds under distant stars. They were to become the star people. Colonization and the mechanical otopi. Even for the star people, interplanetary travel was a momentous task. Early minds had boggled over the problem, and fantasies such as faster than light travel and hyperspace emerged as the only solutions. Simply put, it was impossible to take a large number of people with enough supplies to even the closest star to make colonization feasible. The existing technologies could only slug among a mere percentage of light speeds, making the journey an epoch-spanning affair. Enormous generations ships were conceived and even built, but these succumbed to technical difficulties or onboard anarchy after a few cycles. The solution was to first go there and make the colonists later. To this end, fast and small automated ships were sent forth to the stars. On board were semi-sentient machines programmed to replicate and terraform the destination and construct its inhabitants from the genetic materials stored on board. A bizarre problem plagued such attempts. The first generation of humans to be manufactured sometimes developed a strange affection for the machines that made them. They rejected their own kind and perished after the massive identity crisis that followed. The technological Oedipus complex was not uncommon. Nearly half of all the colony founding attempts were lost through it. Even then, however, the remaining half was enough to fill humanity's own spiral arm of the galaxy. The summer of man. Right after mankind's colonization of the galaxy came its first true golden age. Reared by machine prophets, the survivors of the Opedal plague built civilizations that equaled and even surpassed their solar forebears. This diffusion across the heavens did not mean a loss. Across the skies, steady flows of electromagnetic communications linked mankind's worlds with such efficiency that there was no colony that did not know about the goings on of her distant siblings. The free flow of information meant, among other things, a vastly accelerated pace of technological growth. What couldn't be figured out in one world was helped out by another, and any new developments were quickly made known to all in a realm that spanned centuries of light. Not surprisingly, the living standards rose to previously unimaginable levels. While this did not exactly mean a galactic utopia, it was safe to say that people of the colonized galaxy lived lives in which labor, both menial and mental, was purely compulsory. Thanks to the richness of the heavens and the toil of machines, each person had access to material and cultural wealth greater than that of some nations today. During all this development, a curious phenomenon was observed.
While alien life was abundant in the stars, no one had encountered any signs of true intelligence. Some attributed this to an overall rarity, while others went as far as divine influence, resurrecting religion. Regardless of the theorizing, one question went truly and utterly unanswered. What would really happen if mankind ever ran into its equals or superiors in space? An early warning. During those times, a small discovery of immense implications warned humanity that it might not be alone. On a newly colonized world, engineers had stumbled across the remains of a puzzling creature, considered so because it had every hallmark of terrestrial animals on an alien planet, justifiably named Pandoravis Pandora. The colossal fossil belonged to a bird-like creature with enormous claws. Later, research determined it to be a highly derived therizinosaur from a lineage of herbivore dinosaurs that died out millions of years ago on Earth. While every other large land animal on that colony world had 3 limbs, a copper-based skeletal system, and hydrostatically operated muscles, Pandoravis was a typical terrestrial vertebrate with calcium-rich bones and 4 extremities. Finding it there was as unlikely as finding an alien creature in Earth's own strata. For some, it was irrefutable proof of divine creation. The religious resurgence, fueled at first by mankind's apparent loneliness in the heavens, got even more intensified. Others saw it differently. Pandoravis had shown humans that entities powerful enough to visit Earth, take animals from there, and adapt them to an alien world were at large in the galaxy. Considering the time gulf of the fossil itself, the mysterious beings were millennia older than humanity when they were capable of such things. The warning was clear. There was no telling what would happen if mankind suddenly ran into this civilization. A benevolent contact was obviously preferred and even expected, but it paid to be prepared. Silently, humanity once again began to build and stockpile weapons, this time of the interplanetary potency. There were terrible devices, capable of novaing stars and wrecking entire solar systems. Sadly, even these preparations would prove to be ineffectual in time. Q. The first contact was bound to happen. The galaxy, let alone the universe, was simply too big for just a singular species to develop intelligence in. Any delay in contact only meant a heightening of the eventual culture shock. In humanity's case, this culture shock meant the complete extinction of mankind as it had come to be known. Almost a billion years old, the alien species known as Q were galactic nomads, traveling from one spiral arm to another in epoch-spanning migrations. During their travels, they constantly improved and changed themselves until they became masters of genetic and nanotechnological manipulation. With this ability to control the material world, they assumed a religious, self-imposed mission to remake the universe as they saw fit. Powerful as gods, Q saw themselves as the divine harbingers of the future. This dogma was rooted in what had been a benevolent attempt to protect the race from its own power. However, blind, unquestioning obedience had made monsters of the Q. To them, humanity, with all of its relative glories, was nothing more than a transmutable subject. Within less than 1,000 years, every human world was destroyed, depopulated, or even worse, changed. Despite the fervent rearmament, the colonies could achieve nothing against its billion-year-old foes, save for a few flashes of ephemeral resistance. Humanity, once the rulers of the stars, was now extinct. However, humans were not. Man extinguished.
The worlds of humanity, gardens of terraformed paradise, seemed strangely empty to the Q. Often there were no raw materials available other than people, their cities, and a few basic niches of ecology, populated by genetically modified animals and plants from Earth. This was because humans had erased the original alien ecologies in the first place. Offended by another race trying to remake the universe, the Q set forth to punish these infidels by using them as the building materials of their vision. While this led to a complete extinguishment of human sentience, it also saved the species by preserving its genetic heritage in a myriad of strange new forms. Populated by ersat humans, now in every guise from wild animals to pets to genetically modified tools. Q reigned supreme for 40 million years on the worlds of our galaxy. They erected kilometer-high monuments and changed the surfaces of entire worlds, apparently to whim. One day, they departed as they came, for theirs was a never-ending quest, and they could not stop until they had swept through the entire cosmos. Behind them, the Q left 1,000 worlds, each filled with bizarre creatures and ecologies that had once been men. Most of them perished right after their caretakers left. Others lasted a little longer to succumb to long-term instabilities. On a precious few worlds, descendants of people actually managed to survive. In them lay the fate of the species, now divided and differentiated beyond recognition. Worms. Their world lay under a scorching sun, its intensity made monstrous through the inventions of the bygone Q. The surface lay littered with husks of dead cities, baking endlessly like shattered statues in a derelict oven. Yet life remained on this unforgiving place. Forest of crystalline plants blanketed the surface, recycling oxygen for the animal life that teemed underground. One such species, barely longer than the arms of their ancestors, was the sole surviving vertebrate. Furthermore, it was the planet's last heir of the star people. Distorted beyond recognition by genetic modification, they looked for all the world like pale, overgrown worms. Tiny, feeble feet and hands modified for digging were all that betrayed their noble heritage. Aside from these organs, all was simplified for the life underground. Their eyes were pinpricks. They lacked teeth, external ears, and the better half of their nervous system. The lives of these Ezrat people did not extend beyond digging aimlessly. If they encountered food, they devoured it. If they encountered others of their kind, they sometimes devoured them too. But mostly they mated and multiplied and managed to preserve a single shred of their humanity in their genes. In time, it would do them good. Titans. On the endless savanna of a long extinguished colonial outpost, enormous beasts roamed supreme. More than 40 meters long by terrestrial measurements, these behemoths were actually the transmuted offspring of the star people. Several features betrayed their human ancestry. They still retained stubby thumbs on their elephantine front feet, now useless for any sort of precise manipulation except for uprooting trees. They compensated this loss by developing their lower lip into a muscular, trunk-like organ that echoed the elephants of Earth's past. As bestial as they seemed, the Titans were among the smartest of the reduced submen that remained in the galaxy. Their hulking stance allowed for a developed brain, and gradually sentience reemerged. With their lip trunks, they fashioned ornate wood carvings, erected hangar-like dwellings, and even began a form of primitive agriculture. With settled life came the inevitable flood of language and literature. Myths and legends of a bygone, half-remembered past were told in booming voices across the vast plains. It was easy to see within a few 100,000 years, humanity could start again with these titanic primitives. Sadly, as a catastrophic ice age took over the Titan's homeworld, the gentle giants disappeared, never to return. Predators and prey. Devolved predators were common among humanity's feral worlds. Most of the time, they resembled the vampires, werewolves, and goblins of bygone lore, hunting equally subhuman prey with a combination of derived weaponry. Some had enormous heads with large, killing teeth. Others tore their victims apart with talon-like feet. But the most common kinds bore modified fingers and thumbs, bristling with razor-sharp claws. The most efficient of these predators lived on one of mankind's first off-world colonies. In addition to paw-like hands with switchblade thumbs, they also had grasping tooth-studded jaws on disproportionate heads with large, sensitive ears. All of these served to make them the dominant predators on their home planet. They ran the prairies, stalked the forest, and ranged through the mountains in pursuit of different people. Herbivores, saltators with bird-like legs. While their prey lapsed into complete animosity, the hunters managed to keep the spark of intelligence alive in their evolutionary honing. Mantelopes. Not all devolved people lapsed into complete bestiality. Some held on to their minds while losing all of their physiological advantages to the genetic meddling of the Q. A singular species was a prime exemplar. They had been bred as singers and memory retainers, acting much like living recorders during the reign of Q. When their masters left, they barely survived, reverting into a quadrupedal stance and occupying a niche as grazing herd animals. This change was so abrupt that the newly evolved mantelopes endured only due to the forgiving sterility of their artificial biosphere. The mantelopes, equipped with full, if slightly numbed, human minds and completely disabled animal bodies, lived agonizing lives. They could see and understand the world around them, but due to their bodies, they could do nothing to change it. For centuries, mournful herds roamed the plains, singing songs of desperation and loss. Entire religions and oral traditions were woven around this crippling racial disability, as dramatic and detailed as any on bygone Earth. Fortunately, the selective forces of evolution made their agony a short-lived one. Simply put, a brain was not advantageous to develop if it could not be put to good use. A dim-witted, half-minded mantelope grew up faster than a smart one and grazed just as efficiently. The mantelope's animal children overtook them in less than 100,000 years, and their melancholic world fell silent for good. Nothing was sacred in the evolutionary process. Swimmers. Perhaps because their life cycle involved an aquatic larval stage, the Q had transmuted a large number of their human subjects into a bewildering array of aquatic creatures. Taken care of by specially bred attendants, these post-human water babies came in every shape and size imaginable. There were limbless, ribbon-like varieties of eel people, whale-like behemoths, decorative people who swam by squirting water out of their hypertrophied mouths, and horrifying multitudes of brainless wallowers that served as food stock. All of them were perfectly domesticated. All of them went extinct when their masters left. All save a few lightly mutated generalized forms. These swimmers still resembled their human ancestors to a large degree. They had no artificial gills. Their hands were still visible through their front flippers. Their feet were splayed affairs that functioned like a pair of tail flukes. Recognizable human eyes peeked through their blubbery eyelids, and they spoke to each other, though not in words, and never in sentient understanding. For millennia, They swam the oceans of their ecologically stunted world, feeding on diversifying kinds of fish and crustaceans, survivors of the food stock originally imported from Earth. With the intervention of the Q gone, natural selection resumed. The swimmers became more streamlined to better catch their fast prey. The prey responded by getting even faster or evolving defensive countermeasures such as armor, spikes, or poison. Their evolution back on track, the swimmers drifted further and further away from their sentient ancestry. They would wait for a long time indeed to taste that blessing again. Lizard herders. They were the lucky ones. Instead of unrecognizably distorting them as they had done to most of their subjects, the Q had merely erased their sentience and stunted the development of their brains. Distantly resembling their ancient forebears on Earth, the primitives led feral lives for an unnaturally long time. They never regained sentience after the Q left, despite having every incentive to do so. This was partially due to the total absence of predators on their garden world, resulting in no advantage for intelligence. Furthermore, the Q had made some small but integral changes to their brain, tweaking the structure of the cerebellum so that certain features associated with heuristic learning could never emerge again. Once again, the reasons for these baffling changes remained known only to the Q. The dumb people eventually settled in a symbiosis with some of the other creatures that inhabited their planet. They began to instinctively farm some of the large herbivore reptiles, ancestors of which were brought from Earth as pets. Soon, the balance of this mutualism began to tip in the reptiles' favor. The tropical climate of the planet gave them an inherent advantage, and they underwent a spectacular radiation of different species. They encountered no competition from the only large mammals on the planet, the brain-neutered descendants of the starfarers. Faced with a reptilian turnover, the only adaptation the submen could muster was to slip quietly into bestial oblivion. Temptor. In the Temptor's case, the remodeling was done with an almost artistic enthusiasm. How they managed to survive in their bizarre form was not clear. Their ancestors were used as sessile decoration, and through some miracle of adaptation, they had endured. No human would have recognized them as their descendants. The females were beaked cones of flesh some 2 meters tall, rooted in soil like grotesque carnivorous plants. The males, on the other hand, resembled contorted bipedal monkeys. Unlike their mates, they were perfectly ambulatory. Dozens of them ran around the female mounds like so many imps. Some would gather food, others would clean the females, while others would stand on guard for danger. Although their actions looked purposeful, the males had no will of their own. In Tempter society, females controlled everything. Using a combination of vocal and pheromonal signals, they guided the masculine hordes into any number of menial tasks, while mating with the strongest, the most obedient, and the dumbest to produce even better drones. On certain periods, they would also give birth to a few precious females who would be carried away by subservient males to root themselves. It was a terribly efficient hegemony that would certainly give rise to civilization in a matter of centuries had fate not intervened. As a stray comet obliterated the Tempter's mound forest, one of humanity's best chances for reemergence was cruelly swept away. Bone Crusher. Through the deliberate modification of Q and the blind modeling of evolution, the heavens came to be populated with creatures that would put the myths of their ancestors to shame. Their ancestors were pint-sized pets of Q that were bred for the dazzling colors of their tooth-derived beaks. When their masters left, most of these pampered creatures died, with no one or nothing left to take care of them. But some, belonging to the hardiest breeds, survived, In less than a geological eye blink of a few million years, the descendants of such creatures radiated into the evolutionary vacuum of their garden world. One lineage led to a profusion of human herbivores. These were preyed upon by a variety of enamel-beaked raptors, each evolved to deal with a specific prey. Among these generalized niches were entire assemblages of specialized animals, resembling anything from ibis-billed swamp sifters to splendorous forms with bizarre crests that flared out of their toothy beaks. There were even secondary sentient forms in the shape of ogre-like bone crushers. To an observer of today, they would indeed be the stuff of nightmares. 3 meters tall and hairy, sporting vicious thumb claws and enormous beaks that suited their scavenging diet. Despite their shortcomings, these corpse-eating primitives were one of the first species to attain intelligence, and although primitive, a level of civilization. All of this proved the fallacy of human prejudice in the post-human galaxy. A creature could feed on putrefying meat, stink like a grave, and express its affection by defecating on others, but it might as well be your own grandchild and the last hope of mankind. In eventuality, however, not even the bone crushers fulfilled this promise. Their dependency on carrion for food limited their population severely, and their medieval civilization crumbled after a few uneventful millennia. Colonials. Their world had given the toughest resistance against the Q onslaught, so tough, in fact, that they had turned back 2 successive waves of the invaders, only to succumb to the third. The Q, with their twisted sense of justice, wanted to make them pay. Even extinction would be too light a punishment for resisting the star gods. The humans of the rogue world needed a sentence that would remind them of their humiliation for generations to come. So they were made into disembodied cultures of skin and muscle, connected by a skimpy network of the most basic nerves. They were employed as living filtering devices, subsisting on the waste products of Q civilization like mats of cancer cells. And just to witness and suffer their wretched fate, their eyes, together with their consciousness, were retained. For 40 million years they suffered. Generation after generation were born into the most miserable of lives while absorbing the pain of all that they were going through. When the Q left, they hoped for a quick extinction, but their lowliness had also made them efficient survivors. Unchecked by the Q, the colonials spread across the planet in quilt-like fields of human flesh. After an eternity of tortured lives, the human fields tasted something that could almost be described as hope. Flyers. They were not uncommon at all in the domain of Q. At least a dozen worlds sported human-derived flying species of one kind or another. Most resembled the bats or the petrosaurs of bygone past, dancing through the anther like angels or demons, depending on the point of view. There were a few bizarre kinds that relied on swollen gas glands for floating as well. Sadly, most of these creatures were already too specialized to be anything but flyers. They had forsaken their humanity for the conquest of the sky. They had little potential for further radiation beyond their limited roles. The only exception proved out to be a monkey-like species that flew on wing membranes stretched across the last 2 fingers. Their advantage was a unique turbine-like heart, artificially developed during the regime of the Q. No other human flyer in the galaxy had such an adaptation. The starfish-shaped organ sat in the middle of their chest, directly funneling oxygen from the lungs to the bloodstream in a supremely efficient way. This meant that the flyers could develop energy-consuming adaptations such as large brains without having to give up their power of flight. Not that the flyers were going to reclaim their sentience right away. Instead, they literally exploded into skies, filling the heavens with anything from bomber-sized sailors to impossibly fast predators that raced with sound. Their world was pristine, and there were plenty of niches to play into. Intelligence could wait a little more. Hand flappers. Some flying post-humans reapproached sentience in an entirely different way. Without the augmented metabolisms or the gravitational advantages of their siblings on distant planets, they had no choice but to give up their power of flight in order to develop further. The hand flappers were one such species. Their wings, once used for butterfly-like flutters in an unearthly garden of Q, had shrunken and reverted back into their manual condition. Their legs were likewise readapted, but they bore a splayed awkwardness from their perching ancestry. Only a singular and an almost sadistically simple flaw held them back from developing civilization. In the course of their secondary atrophy, the wings of the hand flappers had become useless as hands as well. Their flag-like appendages were very useful in signaling and mating dances, but they couldn't hurl missiles, construct shelter, or even manufacture basic stone tools. All that they could do with their useless hands was to display each other's sexual availability. So the hand flappers did just that, flashing and dancing their way into oblivion. Blind folk. When the Q came, they dug in and dug in deep. Inside several continent-sized shelters under their besieged world, they waited for the invaders to pass them by. It was a futile gamble. The Q located the shelter caves and remade their inhabitants without effort. The shelters became home to an entirely different ecology, a realm of perpetual darkness, fueled by the trickle of water and nutrients from the world outside. A surprisingly complex ecology developed on this scarce resource. Gigantic pale insects, the descendants of common house pests, competed with dolly-esque birds and rodents over fields of overgrown fungi. Predators were not uncommon. Almost crocodilian fish patrolled the underground streams, and vast blind bats, echolocating with unnerving precision, took their toll on the residents of the cave floor. The kilometer-high ceiling of the shelters glowed in the dark with protein constellations of bioluminescent fungi, and in some cases, animals. People were present here as well, albeit in unfamiliar forms. They were more often heard than seen, as they tried to find their way in the dark with banshee-like screams. These albino troglodytes lived in a realm where sound and touch, not sight, was the gateway of perception. They had developed long, tactile fingers, enormous whiskers, and mobile ears to live in the dark. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but a patch of hauntingly, flawlessly smooth skin. Their perfect adaptation to the world of darkness had erased the most basic feature of human recognition. As adapted as they were doomed. Before the blind folk could develop any kind of intelligence to crawl out of their geographical graves, the glacial construction of their world's continental plates snuffed out the shelters one by one. Lopsiders. The Q were grotesquely creative in their redesign of the human worlds. One group of misfortunate souls they transported to a planet with 36 times the amount of normal gravity and made them over for life in this bizarrely inhospitable realm. The results of these experiments resembled nightmare sketches of Bosch, Dali, or Picasso. They looked like cripples squashed between sheets of glass. 3 out of their 4 limbs had become paddle-like organs for crawling. Only one of their arms remained as spindly tool of manipulation. This singular wizened limb also doubled as an extra sensor, like the antenna of an insect. Their faces were different horrors altogether. all pretensions of symmetry. The hallmark of terrestrial animals from jawless fish onward were completely and utterly done away with. One bulging eye stared directly upward while the other scanned ahead in the direction of the creature's vertically opening jaw. The ears were likewise distorted. Monstrous as they looked, these X-Men thrived in their heavy gravity environment. Once again, there was the usual explosion of species into every available niche, and the Lopsiders consolidated their chances for renewed sentience. Striders. While the Lopsiders were redesigned to live under extreme gravity, another species had been adapted for life under the exact opposite conditions, on a Jovian moon with 1/5 of Earth's gravity. It was a world of wonders where even the grass grew almost 10 meters tall and the trees were beyond belief, towering to sizes attained only by the skyscrapers of antiquity. In these surreal forests lived equally spectacular fauna, the descendants of pets, pests, and livestock of humans, who in turn had been reduced to animosity as well. One could see them in the league-tall forests, almost dancing among the trees as they reared higher and higher to browse. Their arms, legs, and necks had been stretched impossibly thin. Great flaps of skin blossomed throughout their bodies to dispense waste heat. Sometimes they would even change their color in order to reflect light and keep cool. Overheating was a great problem for their grotesquely tall, thin bodies. Although imposing, these Geocomentian wraiths were overdeveloped as to be sickeningly fragile. Even on their gravitationally forgiving world, a fall could shatter their bones, and slipping down from a branch would prove to be fatal. Sometimes, on the open plains, even a strong wind could bring them down like the toppling masts. They survived entirely due to the merciful conditions of their garden world, which were about to change drastically. About 2 million years after the Q left these towering works of human art, a lineage of fearsome predators evolved from the terrestrial poultry that had gone feral on the planet, resembling attenuated versions of their dinosaur ancestors. The predators swept through the garden world like wildfires, extinguishing any species too fragile to escape or resist. The peaceful, delicate striders were among the first to go. Parasites. Humanity had diverged into two separate lineages on their world. On one hand, there were several races of almost Australopithecine cripples, degraded by the Q for managing to turn back their initial wave of invasion. Yet simple atavism was too light a punishment for them. Their twisted relatives, the parasite, made up the second part of their sentence. There were actually several kinds of parasitic X-people, ranging from tortoise-sized ambulatory vampires to the most common fist-sized variety that lived attached to their host. There were even tiny endoparasitic kinds that infested the wombs of their female victims like ghastly living abortions. All of these evolutionary tortures were played out under the careful scrutiny of the Q for 40 million years. The punishment was so baroque, so elaborate, that most of the artificial parasite-host relationships died out when the Q left. Some submen learned to cleanse their tick-like relatives by drowning, burning, or even eating them. Others, like the vaginal parasites, died out as their aggressive method of parasitism effectively sterilized their host. Yet one or two varieties did manage to cling on to their host with abdominal suckers, muscular, gripping limbs, and sterile, pain-soothing saliva. But their success did not lie entirely in the strength of their parasitical advantages. They also learned to regulate their dumb hosts, not killing them by over-infestation and thus ensuring their own long-term survival as well. In any case, totally single-sided relations were rare in any ecology, natural or artificial. In millennial cycles, the cousin species' vicious parasitism began to give way into something more beneficial for both sides. Finger fishers. Their ancestors were trapped on an archipelago world, a planet sprinkled with many small continents and countless islands over interconnected networks of calm, shallow seas. Like a magnified Aegina, this place was a terrestrial paradise in many respects, except that after the Q, no minds were left to enjoy it. On this vacant biosphere, evolution was quick to begin her blind, unpredictable dance. Once feral, the descendants of degenerate humans adapted themselves to every available niche. No matter how exotic, how outlandish. One group learned to pluck fish from the lazy shores. Millennia passed as they settled more into their piscatorial lifestyle. Elongated fingers became ambulatory fishhooks. Teeth modified for a generalized diet became needle-like affairs, lined up neatly in a long, thin muzzle. In less than a few million years, the finger fishers established themselves as a prominent lineage. There was scarcely a beach, an island, or an estuary that was devoid of their pale, lanky form. As prolific as they were, the fishers were still no better than animals. Their humanity would come only after another spasm of outlandish adaptations. Hedonists. Even the blissful existence of the finger fishers would have seemed bothersome to the hedonists, for their kind was not evolved, but designed for a life of pleasure. The Q had kept them as pampered pets, set loose in a tropical island world of succulent fruits, bountiful trees, and calm lapping lakes full of sweet bacterial manna. Furthermore, the hedonists were left as the only animal life on this place. They had no choice but to enjoy it to the fullest. In normal conditions, any given species would quickly crowd out such a utopian environment. But normal conditions were never the point of the Q redesign. They had altered their subjects so that they could conceive only after mating an enormous number of potential suitors, continually over a period of decades. While this took care of the population problem, it also made the species less adaptable. Without any point in sexual competition, natural selection would progress only at a glacial pace. Fortunately, their stable microcosm remained free of environmental catastrophes even after the Q left. All these changes had made the hedonist day. Their lives were juxtaposed routines of browsing, sleeping, and mind-blowing sex. Troubled neither by the concerns of disease or pregnancy, aloof and carefree, they enjoyed the most pleasurable times of all mankind's, albeit with the intellectual capabilities of 3-year-olds. It didn't really matter, though. Who needed to think when having such a nice time, after all? Insectophagi. Nondescript, quaint human species abound in the post-Q galaxy. Hundreds of them lived out simple, unnoticed lives, never developing to become sentient, never learning their true heritage as star-born human beings. Most of them went extinct, not to be missed or even remembered. Those that lingered on managed to survive in shady, quiet niches, never again making any impact on the celestial scheme of things. One such species was the insectophagi. They had quietly adapted themselves for a diet of colonial insects and small animals. They had faces covered with leathery plates, claw-like hands to dig out prey, and worm-like tongues to scoop them up. All in all, they weren't special in any particular way, but a combination of galactic invasions, coincidence, and pure luck would later make them the longest enduring of all starmen. The meek would inherit the cosmos, though not just yet. For now, the insectophagi were concerned only with the location of insect colonies, and the onset of mating season. Spacers. It must be remembered that the Star People did not succumb entirely to the Q invasions. While their worlds fell away one by one, some Star People took refuge in the void of space. One after another, entire communities scrambled into generation ships and had cast themselves off into the darkness, hoping to go unnoticed by the beings that had overrun the galaxy. Desperate times made for desperate measures. As the Starmen had observed during their initial colonization of the galaxy, life in generation ships inevitably led to mass insanity and anarchy. This time, humanity had to adapt themselves or face extinction. Entire asteroid fields were confiscated and hollowed out to make spaceships of unseen size. These hollow shells cradled bubbles of precious air and water, but no artificial gravity of any kind. It was discovered that a purely ethereal existence would ease the stress of interstellar exile, provided that its inhabitants were adapted for life inside such an environment. Furthermore, people were forced to change themselves. In an atmospherically sealed, gravity-free environment, their bones were left free to grow longer, thinner, spindlier. Their circulatory and digestive systems were pressurized to avoid heart problems and congestion. The latter change had another advantageous side effect. Humans could navigate through the void with jets of air expelled from modified anuses. Such experiments were numerous and usually plagued with failure, yet they did succeed in creating a future, sealed tight in their moon-sized, air-filled, weightless havens. The descendants of the Star People managed to evade the scourge of Q. It was an endless diaspora. Even after the Q left, they would find themselves too divergent to have anything to do with their ancestral lifestyles. The survivors of the initial hurdle would never set foot on a planet again. Ruin haunters. A particular human species singled out by its lucky access to the heritage of its stellar ancestors would eventually get to play a leading role in the shape of things to come. They had gotten through the Q invasion with relatively little degradation. Yes, they had been reduced to the level of apes, but their recovery had been quick. Apparently, the Q had not worked as hard at suppressing their intelligence, nor had they made a comparable effort to wipe away the material traces of the Starmen. Even after millions of years, enormous ruins of the global urban spaces littered the continent of their world. Thus did the ruin haunters earn their name. With developed minds and unrestricted access to the wisdom of the ancient cities, the exponential pace of their development was only natural. One by one, they deciphered and built upon the secrets of the bygone Star People until they almost equaled their galactic ancestors in wisdom and skill. All this development happened in an unnaturally short period of time, and sometimes the old technologies were not even understood as they were blindly replicated. Needless to say, such a pace of development put premature stress on the social and political structures of the ruin haunters. They barely survived the 5 consecutive world wars that raked their planet, 2 of which were thermonuclear exchanges. They made it through. Their baptism by fire had hardened and awakened them. The wars united them politically and pushed their technological capabilities even beyond the level of the Starmen. Coincidentally, they also developed a dangerous form of autochthonous madness. The ruin haunters had come to believe that they were the sole descendants and the true heirs of the Star People, and they were ready and willing to do anything in order to claim their fictitious bygone golden age. Sentience reborn. If any sort of periodical arrangement can be brought to the history of mankind, the post-Q era of emerging human animals can be likened to a series of millennial dark ages. However, like any dark age situation, these periods of silence had finite lifespans. One by one, like stars emerging from the fog, new civilizations were born out of the shattered remnants of mankind. In some cases, the recovery was swift and straightforward. In most other situations, it came only after a lengthy series of adaptive radiations, extinctions, and secondary diversifications. Within these lines of descent, there was as much distance between the initial post-humans and their intelligent descendants as between the first crustacean fuzzballs and Homo sapiens. Sooner or later, human intelligence returned to the cosmos. But except for their shared ancestry, these new people had nothing in common with people of today or even each other. Extinction. Not all human animals made it through. In fact, it must be realized that the majority of post-Q humans died out during the eras of transition, extinction, the utter and absolute death of an entire family, entire community, entire species was rampant in the galaxy. There was nothing cruel or dramatic in all of this. Extinction was as common and natural as speciation. Sometimes a species failed to adapt to competition or the abrupt change of conditions. In other occasions, their numbers dwindled across imperceptible gulfs of time. This way or the other, human animals faded out. In all this death, however, there was new life. As one species vacated a certain niche, others would soon step in to take its place. Adaptive radiations would follow, filling in the blanks with a myriad of diverse and varied forms. Despite the fallen, the flow of life would proceed, blazing in constant turnover. Snake people, descendants of the worms. The scorching sun eventually cooled down, and life flooded back to the surface of her subterranean stronghold. As animals of all kinds exploded into the terrestrial niches that had been left vacant for millennia, so did the descendants of the worms. On the surface, they found new opportunities as entire assemblages of serpentine grazers, swimmers, predators, and people. One form, descended from tree-climbing mammalian snakes, re-evolved the human intelligence that had lain dormant for so long. They observed, contemplated, philosophized with novel, spirally coiled brains, and handled the world with a singular pelvic hand born out from the remnants of their ancestors' feet. They looked nothing at all like their distant human ancestors, but their social development followed a similar path. Several agricultural world empires, followed by industrial revolutions, social experiments, world wars, civil wars, globalization. But then again, socio-political parallelism in history did not necessarily imply a similar or even recognizable human world. Modern cities of the global snake world were tangles of pipe-like roads, branching three-dimensional railroads and windowless, hole-like buildings. Through their knotted architecture differed from region to region, these settlements generally looked like kilometer-wide balls of glass, metal, plastic, and cloth, wrapped so tightly that a human of today would find it impossible to move inside them. Plazas and open areas were totally absent, as they presented navigational obstacles and areas of insecurity. Their evolutionary background in the trees had made the snake people into borderline agoraphobes. None of these, of course, was unusual to the snakes in any way. Their relatively alien lifestyle was as particular to them as ours is to us. All across their world, the arterial cities throbbed with people, each with their own joys, sorrows, chores, living out lives as human as any other intelligent beings. Killer folk, descendants of the human predators. The carnivores also rebounded into civilization. Their journey involved a series of changes during which they lost the adaptations which had allowed them to endure as the top predators of their world. The saber teeth, once used for slashing through sinew and trachea, became fragile and thin, only used as organs of social display. The hook-like thumb claws were also reduced, but not deleted. In their place, the last two digits rotated perpendicularly to become newfangled graspers. All this graciality, however, did not mean weakness. Although they were no longer specialized for hunting, the killer folk could still kill with their bare hands, but only if they really wanted to. What enormous claws and teeth could not do, they could easily achieve with bow, arrow, flintlock repeater, or gas rifle. Their descendants from predators gave the killer folk a unique social profile. Almost all of their religions and rituals allowing for periods of completely natural, animalistic hunts and duels. This necessity of venting these atavistic urges also led to the formation of religious hunter nobilities, privileged warriors who were skilled at the art of hunting, war, and murder. Entire societies were assembled underneath these ruling classes, orderly communities that erupted once every year into an orgy of death, sex, and prayer. For thousands of years, nomadic warriors, together with their vast herds of once human livestock, chased and battled each other across a chessboard of continents. All of this chaos was to be swept away with the advent of modernity. In a development comparable to an industrial revolution, one nation pack of killers devised methods of settled, intensive factory farming, organized state structure, secularism, and technological leapfrogging were quick to follow. Needless to say, such developments polarized the world into bands of progressive, developed factory herders and increasingly fanatical hunting states. While one side condemned their old animal ways, the other side embraced them with blind zealotry. This was their crisis of modernity, the balkanization of the progressive and conservative factions on the road to global unity. Fortunately, the killers managed to pull themselves through, even after drifting dangerously close to global conflicts at certain points. Tool breeders, descendants of the swimmers. They used to be simple creatures, descendants of a battered people that had taken to the sea. Their remote sapient ancestors would have given such beings no chance of a sentient comeback, for they thought that technological advances were impossible in the fluid medium of the oceans. But the swimmers disproved such predictions by founding one of the most advanced and most outrageously alien cultures of the entire human lineage. Fire, the cornerstone of industrial engineering, was almost impossible to sustain and use underwater. But the breeders simply chose another path when complex tool making proved impractical. They began to breed their tools and machines for them. It had started long before the species was even intelligent. In the endless variety of life in the seas, the swimmers always adopted and controlled the organisms that were useful in some way. Once domesticated, these creatures were willingly or unintentionally modified through artificial selection and conditioning. The process was slow, but once underway, these effects were formidable. A modern city of the breeders was a sight to behold. Huge heart-like creatures pumped out nutritious fluids to a network of self-repairing living conduits. This was their equivalent of a power grid, and it reached every single one of the breeders' huge exoskeleton dwellings, powering bioluminescent lights, flickering cephalopod skin televisions, medicinal sea squirts, and countless other devices that had been bred from living creatures. The advances in biology had risen exponentially until genetic engineering was completely mastered. Modern breeders did not even need to use animals. A simple manipulation of cultured tissues and stem cells could give solutions to any problem at hand. The mastery of genetics had conquered many obstacles. The yawning ocean depths, as well as the planet's few tiny land masses, were now firmly within the breeder's grasp. However, they were not content with mere planetary dreams. New forms and bizarre creatures were still being developed in daring attempts to conquer the one realm that was most hostile to life. Sealed in their living ships, the breeders wished to return to the stars. Sarasapiens, livestock of the lizard herders. One of humanity's eventual inheritors was not even human. They came from the reptilian stock that had proliferated during the demise of the lizard herders. Theirs was a true case of a world turned upside down. As the humans degenerated into witless animals, the cold-blooded reptiles prospered in the tropical climate of their planet. Millennia passed and they begun to produce increasingly smarter forms, one of which distantly resembled featherless versions of the predatory dinosaurs of the past, actually crossed over the threshold of sentience and built up a civilization. These fledgling creatures were quick to understand the true origins of the monstrous ruins littering their planet. Ruins that until then had been considered natural aberrations or timeless memorabilia of gods. Now, however, they saw the intermingled ruins of the Q and the Star people for what they really were. It was through this understanding that the biologically unrelated Saros took up the cultural identity of humanity. In their archaeological efforts, the Saros began to understand that the animals that they used for food and labor were descended from the founders of their very existence. And somewhere in the stars lurked the forces that malformed them, forces greater than the star people, dark forces that might someday return. The human animals served as a reminder, just as Pandaravis had, that if the Saurosapiens wanted to assume their continued existence in the cosmos, they had to be watchful. The pressure of such a reality put their cultures under enormous stress. Some factions turned to made-up religions and remained ignorant under an umbrella of comforting fantasies. Others acknowledged the threat of the galaxy, but reverted to a paranoid rhetoric of conservationism. The galaxy had scared them greatly. Finally, there were those who saw the galactic redoubt and acted to face the odds, however great they might be. Conflicts and even wars were not uncommon between these three factions. In the end, the centuries-long dispute began to resolve in the progressives' faction's favor. As they expanded their sphere of knowledge, influence, and activity, the Sarasapiens became as human as any other civilization opening up to the galaxy. Modular people, descendants of the colonials. The blind workings of evolution followed the unlikeliest paths, made use of the most fleeting opportunities. The very existence of the modular people was testimony to this fact. Their ancestors, the colonials, would have been seen as hopeless cripples by almost any observer. They lacked coherent organs, and their existence was limited to carpeting water shores like mats of algae. But as degenerate as they were, the colonials were resilient survivors, able to hold on to life in the harshest conditions. As time passed, they began to organize themselves in differentiated colonies instead of homogeneous mats. In the colonies, each human cell would perform a singular function and benefit from the union of others. Thus began the great age of organization, during which different colonies competed with each other to developing specialized human cells that would give them an edge in the struggle for life. Some colonies grew enormous taproots that were able to siphon resources from far away. Others abandoned roots altogether and began to move themselves on starfish-like foot segments,
Some colonies came up with units equipped with claws and poisons, taking competition to a brand new deadly level. Others responded to the threat with armor plating or watcher cells equipped with enormous eyes. The eventual winner of this colonial arms race was a sentient colony organized around hyper specialized units whose entire purpose was to direct the others. These colonies spread around the planet as they adapted the parts of their rivals to function within themselves. Thus were the modular people born. Living in a fully industrialized megalopoly, they came in an indescribable variation of shapes and sizes. Anything from castle-like guardian fortresses to diminutive scuttling couriers as a member of the modular world. They could combine with each other and split up, or exchange parts as needs presented themselves. The only thing constant in all of their protein existence was their mental and cultural unity. Due to their biological structure, these people had managed the impossible. They were actually living in a world of peace and utopian equality, where everyone was happy to be part of a greater, united wholes. Terra Sapiens, descendants of the Flyers. The Flyers' supercharged hearts had given them an evolutionary winning hand, and they diversified to fill up the heavens. It was only a matter of time before the competition in the skies got too intense, even for their souped up metabolisms. Some lineages gave up their wings and returned to the ground, living as differing sorts of predators, herbivores, and even swimmers. Their aerial adaptations gave them an edge on the ground, and they produced forms of stupendous size and agility. There were wonderful beings, but no sentience came out of the terrestrial sky beasts. Instead, civilization flowered in the skies. One species from a line of waiting stork-like predators evolved a brain that was large enough to imagine and act upon the world. Their feet, already versatile to catch slippery, swamp-dwelling prey, got even more articulate and assumed the role of hands. As a compensation, they lost some of their aerial streamlining, but what they could not do with their bodies, they were more than able to make up with their minds. The power of flight made the Terra Sapiens a global folk before they could invent nations and borders. With such an inherent ease of travel, ideas and individuals diffused too fast for social differences to ossify. Acting with a planetary awareness, they farmed their gigantic terrestrial relatives, raised cities of perches and fluting towers, harnessed the atom, and began to gaze up to the stars without having to compensate too much for the average individual's welfare and without dividing up into quarrelsome factions. As egalitarian as their life seemed, they paid a stunting, inevitable price. Their hearts, even in their boosted state. As a consequence, they had an ephemeral existence. A Terra Sapien was sexually mature at 2, middle-aged by 16, and usually dead by 23 years of age. This grim cycle caused them to appreciate every moment of their existence dearly, and they pondered upon it with fervish intensity. A shelf of scrolls by Terra Sapien philosophers would have been the envy of even human libraries. In their cities, life blazed away with unreal speed, rushing past to meet fleeting deadlines. As a species, the angelic flyers were victims of heart disease. Asymmetric people, descendants of the lopsiders. Although contorted by gravity, the lopsiders managed to regain their sentience and develop a civilization in a short few million years. Squat, pancake-like buildings spread all over their planet. These constructs looked like squashed bunkers, and they were never more than a few meters high. They did not seem like much, but such structures were entrances to underground homes, schools, hospitals, temples, universities, but also embassies, prisons, asylums, command centers, and arsenals. They lived strange lives, but the lopsiders were human in all of their virtues and evils. Thus, it was only natural for them to expand outward and to look to new frontiers to colonize.
Fortunately, their solar system harbored other planets, similar to the Lopsiders' home world in almost all respects except gravity. But they weren't willing to let such trivial details stop them. Throughout their history, humans had always risked changing themselves to preserve their future. It was a risky gamble, but it had paid off since the days of the Martian Americans. But re-engineering the flattened lopsider body for a benign gravity was a monumental task indeed. Suffice to say that the experiments took millennia to achieve even limited success. After countless attempts, the asymmetric people were born, or rather made. Their bodies were changed considerably. What had been shovel-like toes to slither through the high-gravity dirt had become centipede legs, and the singular, grasping hand was elongated to an extreme degree. Their grotesque faces had been inverted and turned upside down after reverting from a flounder-like existence. Twisted as they were, members of this new race enjoyed tremendous advantages over their flattened forefathers. Their social development also paralleled that of the bygone Martian Americans. Once again, there was a golden age, followed by increasing tensions and interplanetary war. But unlike the Martians, the asymmetrics ruthlessly exterminated their parent race and went on to rule the solar system alone. On the way, they stumbled across the remains of the Q and the Star People and advanced immensely. Triumphant on their own realm, they turned to the heavens to further exploits. Symbiotes, descendants of the parasites. As time passed, the relationships between the parasites and their hosts got connected to such a degree that it began to involve a cooperation of the individuals. There were no longer single-sided relationships. In exchange for the host's nutritious blood, the parasites offered their heightened senses as early warning against predators and other hazards. A great arms race of symbiotic relationships thus commenced. Certain parasites offered their host larger eyes, others sharper senses of smell, hearing, or even additional defensive weapons in the shape of venomous saliva, malodorant sprays, or an extra bite. The host returned the favor with longer running legs, stronger bodies, and specialized ergonomic nesting sites rich in blood vessels and covered in insulating fur. Different complexes of parasites and host species evolved, compatible only amongst themselves. The development of such creatures was in a way reminiscent of the great modular colonies, thriving on their own world light years away. But unlike the modulars, the components of the symbiotes belonged to a different species, instead of modified variations of the same basic organism. In eventuality, both relationships led to the same point: sentience. In the secluded forests of a certain continent, a new parasitic species developed. They did not have the ballistic poison sprays, infectious stings, or the grossly hypertrophied arm claws of their relatives. Instead, these parasites offered a simpler bargain: inability to think in return for total submission. Initially, this relationship was more like a horse and its rider. But after a few 100,000 years, the symbiotes could manipulate their hosts like puppets through a combination of tactile and olfactory signals. A few more millennia, and these combined beings developed an order not unlike our own, complete with countries, politics, and even war, albeit reduced in the newly globalizing world culture. In this age, technology filled most functions of the host, but a thriving husbandry of these creatures still remained due to tradition and simple efficiency. An average symbiote would begin the day on his business host and move on to a more comfortable domestic one when they returned home after work. And perhaps on the olfactory television, he would smell news of the evacuations of the million-year-old Q ruins, of the marvelous discoveries salvaged from the Starman wrecks, or of the enormous radio arrays that rose everywhere to listen to the stars. It was a pattern that was being repeated all over. Sail people, descendants of the fingerfishers. The fingerfishers were already among the most divergent of the post-human races. With harpoon-like digits and almost crocodilian muzzles, they looked nothing like their parental stock. But even this form would look conservative to their sentient descendants. With many small scattered islands, isolated subcontinents, and different niches, their homeworld was an evolutionary cauldron where isolated members of certain species could, under the right circumstances, evolve into wildly different forms. This condition was similar to the island realms of Madagascar, Galapagos, or Hawaii on Earth, except that this time it was on a global scale. Some descendants of the fishers, trapped on lonely islands, grew smaller and developed their fishing claws into graceful wings. Others took directly to the sea and became the analogous of whales and dolphins. Within this evolutionary bubbling, one particular lineage gave rise to the ancestral sail people. They too elongated their fingers into wings, but these were not used for flight. Instead, they became sails that drove them effortlessly across the ocean. With fingers turned into sails, they used their mouths and extended tongues to catch their prey. These organs eventually assumed the role of the fisher's long atrophied, dexterous hands. The need to better navigate the endless seas put an inevitable pressure on their memories, and the sailors' brains grew correspondingly. It was only a matter of time until one of these navigators became smart enough to think. Even when sentient, the sail people still needed a long time to achieve any sort of social stability. Their scattered world made for a tremendous diversity of cultures, which competed and fought just as resiliently across generations. Untold flotillas of tribal warriors battled each other in epoch-spanning, pointless conflicts. Nomadic warriors and pirate societies inevitably came into being, prolonging the uncontrollable cycle of violence. Only when a certain warrior tribe developed warfare on an industrial scale and the state society needed to support it, and then only when this notion of modernity gave rise to the idea of peace did the sail people finally manage to unify. Generations of blood had stained the ocean for far too long. Sarteriacs, descendants of the hedonists. Their pleasure-drenched existence, locked between their static paradise world and their inherently slow pace of evolution, seemed immune to change. Perhaps this was true for 1,000,000 years or so, but on a larger scale, complete stasis was a fable. During a particular era, geologic upheavals threw up huge masses of land over the shallow oceans of their world. The hedonists, until then trapped on a singular island no bigger than today's Iceland, were not late to colonize these new pastures. This was more of a necessary exodus, since the events that raised the new lands had also thrown up enormous clouds of ash that smothered the atmosphere and blocked out the sun. Their innocence finally spoiled, most of the hedonists died out, unable to adapt. The only survivors were fast breeding freaks who had abandoned the reproductive quirks of their ancestors. It was these forms that colonized the newborn continent and gave rise to a multitude of species, which included the Sarteriacs, sentient heirs to the hedonists. These beings resembled their ancestors to a great degree, except that they now sported enormous tails, boneless organs of balance woven out of extended pelvic muscles and fat. Along this appendage, their entire bodies were reoriented in horizontal, almost dinosaurian postures. Although they had abandoned the frantic reproductive strategies of their ancestors, their social lives still retained a delightful tint of casual promiscuity. The Sarteriac civilization was quick to establish itself globally, for even with the additional landmass, the terrestrial domain of their world remained no larger than Australia. For a while, 3 and then 2 land empires competed against each other before dissolving into a myriad of smaller nations and finally reunifying into a coherent world order. From this point on, the Styriac world once again became a Valhalla of pleasure with festivals, concerts, and ritualized orgies punctuating every working week. This time, however, it could all be savored by true intelligence. bug facers, descendants of the insectophagi. Over time, their insectivore ancestors came to resemble their prey. Hardened leathery plates, once used for defense against stings and bites, ossified and became integrated into the jaw structure. Their hands and feet, with reduced numbers of fingers and toes, developed into pincer-like affairs. Even their metabolism reverted partially into ectothermy in the balmy, lazy climate of their planet. But it was none of those adaptations that gave them the edge in survival. Simply put, a congenial defect allowed them to regain their sentience. Even after the smothering by the Q, the genes of the star people remained dormant in their cells. Through pure coincidence, one lineage of the insectophagi developed an atavistic throwback, resulting in larger brains, which just happened to be useful in cracking open insect nests with crude stone tools. It was an easy ride from there on, although millennia long in itself. The development from stone axe to spaceship was an eye blink in geological time. Like many other species, the bug facers passed through consecutive cycles as agrarian, in their case hive farming, empires, colonial endeavors, industrialization, massive world wars, and finally globalized world states. But there was one thing that set their development apart from all other post-human species. They faced another alien invasion. History does not record much about these invaders, except that unlike the Q, theirs was a singular effort and it was beaten off an intense cycle of orbital and terrestrial wars. Although vanquished, the invaders did succeed in leaving behind their traces. They introduced their own flora and fauna, which flourished on the bug facers' home planet long after they departed. More importantly, they imbibed the poor bug facers with a pathological interspecies xenophobia, to the point that they were even fearful of their own post-human cousins on other stars. Through an ironic twist of fate, their fears would be more than justified. They're not just yet. The bug facers still had time. Astromorphs, descendants of the spacers. Initially refugees, the spacers were quick to master the vastness of interstellar space. Their isolated space arcs joined together and multiplied to form a gigantic interlocked artifact that was large enough to contain entire worlds. But no planets lay inside the Astromorphs' capital, only cavernous, gravity-free bubbles where the inhabitants could finally develop to their fullest. Freed from the constraints of weight, their bodies grew spindly and insectile, with individual digits extending into multitudes of thin, versatile limbs. Other than these, the only developed organs were their derived jet sphincters, which went on to become the principal means of locomotion. But above all were their brains, their bulging, swollen brains. With no hindrance from gravity, the human brain could grow into unprecedented sizes. Each generation devised experiments that produced offspring with greater cranial capacity, giving rise to beings who went through their everyday lives thinking in concepts and structures scarcely comprehensible to people of today. The physiological limitations of the human mind had been long since debated. Now it was established that these limits were indeed real, and individuals who could break them would likewise conquer new grounds in philosophy, art, and science. Everything changed. Yet some aspects of humanity, such as the basic desire to expand, remained. To this end, the astromorphs built great fleets of globular subarcs and spread their influence across the heavens into every stellar cluster and every star system. Within less than 1,000 years, the galaxy was straddled by a new and far more alien empire of man. Strangely enough, its dominion included none of the newly emerged post-human species. for its masters had completely lost interest in planets, those stunting, gravity-chained balls of dirt and ice. The newborn ark settled comfortably in the outer rims of star systems, quietly observing the lives of their struggling relatives. For the first time in history, there were actual gods in the myriad human skies. They were silent and weren't even noticed for most of the time, but their watchfulness was ultimately going to pay off. Second Galactic Empire. Over time, the sentient post-humans began to reach out to the galaxy. They inevitably stumbled across the ruins of the Starmen and figured out their interstellar ancestry. These discoveries were followed by a realization that there might be others like them, unimaginable distances away. Thus, the fledgling civilizations set about to probing the skies. The contacts, all established by radio communication, were not spread out evenly. The empire began little more than a few million years after the Q left, with the first dialogue between the earliest killer folk and the Satyriacs. A few thousand years later, they were joined by the tool breeders, hailing out from the ocean depths through living radio arrays. The second wave of sentient species joined in during the following 10 million years as the modular whole, Petrosapiens, and the fledgling asymmetrics contacted their celestial cousins. Finally, in the next 20 million years, newly evolving civilizations such as the Sorrows, the Snake People, Parasite Symbiotes, and the Sail People successively contacted the burgeoning galactic empire. The Bug Facers were aware of the whole process, but due to their xenophobic experience, they only opened up after a staggering 40 million years of silence. This union was an empire of speech, for actual travel between the stars was too difficult to be practical. Like the bygone colonies of the Starmen, the post-humans cooperated through the unrestricted exchange of information and experience. Although covering every aspect of an astonishing variety of cultures, the empire's efforts focused on two main issues: political unification and galactic awareness, constant readiness for possible alien invasions. Everybody had come across the remains of the mysterious Q. Nobody wanted a repeat of the same scenario. When the Second Empire ran into the astromorphs, who had silently saturated the galaxy with their own empire of man, they feared the worst. But luckily for them, the godlike beings were not interested in a second empire, nor any of its worlds. The astromorphs were given a wide breath and accepted as they were incomprehensible, omnipotent forces of nature. This coordinated effort lasted for almost 80 million years, during which its member species attained previously unimaginable levels of culture, welfare, and technology. Each species colonized a few dozen worlds of their own, in which nations, cultures, individuals lived to the fullest potentials of their existence. Needless to say, all of this was only possible through constant communication and a total openness to the galaxy. Most communities took this for granted and dutifully participated in the galactic dialogues. But there were others, silent, darkened beings who refused to join in. Through them would come the ruin of the empire. Enter the Gravitals, descendants of the Ruin Haunters. After the lessons of the Q, the Second Galactic Empire kept a constant watch against alien invasion. Ironically, they neglected to look among themselves. The second great invasion of the galaxy came not from outside, but from within. The Ruin Haunters, who were lucky enough to inherit the secrets of the Starmen and the Q, when other species were mere animals, had experienced a tremendous advance in technological prowess. All in all, they were as sophisticated as, if not more, than the astromorphs of the void.
But their ascendancy was not a sane one. Recall that most ruin haunters were already deranged with a twisted assumption of being the sole inheritors of the Starmen. They refused to communicate with their relatives on other planets and kept to their own affairs. This neurotic hubris assumed truly dangerous proportions after the ruin haunters modified themselves. The origin of this modification lay in an earlier catastrophe. The ruin haunter's sun was undergoing a rapid phase of expansion, and the species, advanced as it was, could do nothing to stop the process. So the haunters did the next best thing and changed their bodies. The infernal conditions of the solar expansion meant that a biological reconstruction was totally out of the question. Thus, the haunters replaced their bodies with machines, floating spheres of metal that moved and molded their environment through subtle manipulations of gravity fields. In earlier versions, the spheres still cradled the organic brains of the last haunters, but in successive generations, ways to contain the mind within quantum computers were devised, and the transformation became absolute. The ruin haunters were replaced by the completely mechanical gravitals. While not even organic, the gravital still retained human dreams, human ambitions, and human delusions of grandeur. This, combined with mechanical bodies that allowed them to cross space with ease, made interstellar war a frightening possibility. Machine invasion. It took a long time for the gravital to prepare. Propulsion systems were perfected and new bodies capable of withstanding the interstellar jumps were devised. But when they finally decided that the time was nigh, nothing survived the slaughter. The invasion followed a brutally simple plan. The target world's suns were blockaded and their light was trapped behind specially constructed million-mile sails. If the dying worlds managed to resist, an asteroid or two finished them off. Enormous invasion fleets were built, but it was rarely necessary to deploy them. The machines had caught their cousins completely off guard. The Great Dying, all of which occurred in a relatively quick 10,000-year period, stretched the boundaries of genocide and horror. Almost all of the new human species, unique beings who had endured mass extinctions, navigated evolutionary knife edges, and survived to build worlds of their own, vanished without a trace. Even the Q had been loyal to life. They had distorted and subjugated their victims, but in the end, they had allowed them to survive. To the machines, however, life was a luxury. Such thorough ruthlessness was not, ironically, born out of any kind of actual hatred. The gravital, long accustomed to their mechanical bodies, simply didn't acknowledge the life of their organic cousins. When this apathy was mixed with their insane claims as the sole heirs of the Starmen, the extinctions were carried out with the banality of, say, an engineer tearing down an abandoned building. Under the reign of the machines, the galaxy entered a brand new dark age. When considering the invasion, the machine invasion brought on the greatest wave of extinctions the galaxy had ever seen, for it was not a simple act of war by one species against another, but a systemized destruction of life itself. When considering such a vast event, it's easy to get lost in romantic delusions. It's almost as easy to write off the gravital as evil as it is to consider the entire episode as a nihilistic end of everything kind of scenario. Both of these approaches are, as they would be in any historical situation, monumental fallacies. To begin with, the gravital were not evil, at least not to their own perception. These beings, although mechanical, still lived their lives as individuals and operated inside coherent societies. They had surrendered their organic heritage, but their minds were not the cold, calculating engines of true machines. Even after giving orders that would destroy 1 billion souls, a gravital would have a home to go to, and as incredibly as it might sound, a family and a circle of friends towards which it felt genuine affection. Despite being endowed with compassion,
Their harsh treatment of the organics was the result of, as mentioned before, a simple inability to understand their right to live. Furthermore, the gravital did not constitute a singular, indivisible whole whose entire purpose was to wreck the universe. True, their technological advancement had allowed them to form a pan-galactic entity, but within itself, the machine empire was divided into political factions and even religious faiths. Superimposed over these fault lines were the daily lives and personal affairs of families and individuals. Like any sentient being, they had a sense of identity and thus differing agendas. Nor did the machine invasion mean the end of everything. There certainly was a widespread destruction of life, but what was lost was only organic life, consuming energy, directing it for reproduction, thought, and even evolution. The machines were as alive as any carbon based organism. Despite the turnover, life of a sort survived, and as would be seen, even preserved some of its organic predecessors. Subjects, the many descendants of the bug facers. The bug facers, racially shy and xenophobic due to their background of repeated alien invasions, became the first species to face the gravital onslaught. As ironic as their fate seemed, the bug facers were the luckiest of the post-humans. Instead of being exterminated like the rest of their cousins, they survived as the only organic beings in the machine empire. The precise reason for their retention remains unknown to this day. Perhaps the machines hadn't perfected their ruthless apathy by then, or perhaps they pitied the poor organics and allowed them to maintain a stunted parody of an existence. Whatever the reason, the bug facers endured, but they hardly resembled their original ancestors anymore. Genetic engineering, the lost art of the galaxy threading queue, and later the tool breeders as well, was mastered almost as comprehensively by the machines, not hesitating to warp the beings which they did not really consider to be alive. They spliced their way into bug facer DNA, producing generations of literal abominations. Would a woman or man of today show any apprehension towards reassembling a computer or even recycling trash? Such was the attitude of the triumphant gravital. Thus, multitudes of subjects were produced, distorted to such an extent that even the meddling of the Q seemed comparatively timid. Most of them were used as servants, caretakers, and manual laborers. These were the lucky forms. Some submen were reduced to the level of cell cultures, useful only for gas exchange and waste filtering. Others were molded into completely artificial ecologies, baroque simulations that served only as entertainment. Some machines, with their still human ambitions, took this practice into a new level and produced living works of art, doomed one-off creatures who existed purely as biological anachronisms. Be it a tool, slave, or entertainment, humanity narrowly held on to its biological heritage, while its machine cousins reigned supreme for an unbelievable 50 million years. The other machines. Recall that despite its galaxy cradling might, the machine empire was not homogeneous. It contained dozens of differing factions that did not always agree on everything, including the treatment of their downtrodden biological subjects. Some machines, over a process involving several religious, social, and philosophical doctrines, began to comprehend the universality of life and the common origin of organic and mechanical humanities. Initially, such individuals lived in seclusion or withheld their beliefs from the world. They secretly engineered lineages of subjects that could live, move, and think as freely as they could. In a few memorable instances, the engineers fell in love with their creations, and their martyrdom inspired other machines to think just a little differently. Eventually, the ideology gained enough momentum to be practiced openly in everyday life. However, the sect of toleration soon ran into odds with their hardline pan-mechanical rivals. The seething intolerance between the two factions finally broke when some tolerant machines wanted to set several worlds aside for unrestricted development of biological life. All hell broke loose, and the machine empire, the apparent seamless monolith of the galaxy, experienced its first short, bitter civil war. The war didn't cause any lasting damage, but it plainly illuminated one fact. The greatest entity in the galaxy was not without its problems. The fall of the machines, return of the spacers. In the longer run, the internal struggles of the machine empire just might have led to its downfall, but there was no need to wait that long, as the empire died a shorter but immensely more cataclysmic death. For a long time, the machines and the astromorph empires had been eyeing each other nervously. They hadn't yet run into open confrontations, as the astromorphs kept mostly to their outer space arcs and the machine empires occupied the planets. In almost every inhabitable solar system of the galaxy, the same upside down tension built up between organic beings living in the void and machines inhabiting perfectly terrestrial worlds. Power was evenly balanced between the two rival empires. Moreover, this balance involved forces strong enough to destroy planets in mass. Each side knew that any kind of war would result in mutual annihilation, and only insanity could start such a conflict. Well, the post-Civil War empire of the machines did go insane, in a sense. In order to divert attention from internal struggles, it needed a new enemy to consolidate its rival factions against. How unwise that this enemy came to be the astromorphs. It was unnecessary and nearly impossible to describe the carnage that followed. The conflicts lasted anywhere up to a few million years, and the resulting loss of life, both mechanical and organic, made the initial machine genocide seem irrelevant. When the cosmic dust settled, the winners displayed themselves. The conquerors were the astromorphs, changed beyond recognition after 50 million years of continual self-perfection. Their grossly hypertrophied brains stretched out like wings on either side, and their finger-derived limbs had formed into intricate sets of sails and legs. Endowed with superior technology and limitless patience, these beings almost completely destroyed the machines, despite losing a substantial number of their own species. The conflict also thrust the astromorphs into the affairs of their long-neglected human cousins. As impossible as it seemed, some of the machine subjects had survived the ordeal. Now the astromorphs could no longer look away. With the machines gone, it was up to the astromorphs to clean up after them. They took up the subjects and used their genetic heritage to populate entire planets. During this age of reconstruction, which lasted for another 2 million years, many astromorph world builders emerged as true gods, creating inhabited worlds almost out of scratch. Their subjects, meanwhile, became the inheritors of a truly new, war-torn phoenix of a galaxy. The post-war galaxy. When replenishing lost worlds, the astromorph gods took measures to ensure the continued safety of their creations. The abrupt rise of the machines had shown that unless carefully regulated, the wealth of the stars could always host a race of pan-galactic usurpers. The astromorphs, watchful but ever transparent, didn't want to interfere directly. Instead, they produced terrestrial versions of their own kind to regulate the galaxy. They adapted their delicate ethereal fingers into spidery limbs and shrunk their brains considerably to readjust to the rigors of gravity. The resulting sideline was stunted by astromorph standards, but still it produced demigods in every sense of the word. These beings, known often as the terrestrial spacers or simply as the terrestrials, nurtured and controlled the development of the post-war civilizations on many planets. They acted as caretakers, prophets, kings, and emperors, but also as grim reapers as the occasion dictated. The endeavor did not always proceed as smoothly as planned, of course. Most of the time, the newborn races refused to heed their mentors and in several cases even rebelled against them. Needless to say, this crime was always punished with a swift extinction. Furthermore, even the terrestrials grew corrupted. Instead of offering guidance, terrestrials on many planets simply played God, weaving contrived religions around themselves to shamelessly exploit their subjects. It was not ethical or even productive, but this method seemed to guarantee more stability than actually trying to bring up the new races. This way or another, organic sentience reclaimed its dominance in the galaxy. The new empire, managed by terrestrials, populated by a myriad descendants of the subjects, and overseen ultimately by the omniscient astromorphs, achieved greater progress and a longer lasting calm in the galaxy than all of its predecessors combined. The new machines. Long after their fall from grace, the machines still clung on to existence. During the initial aftermath of the war, the astromorphs had planned to exterminate every last one of them, only to discover that the machines were simply too useful to destroy. For millions of years, they had perfected the interface between mind and machine to such an extent that they could live and operate in the most inhospitable conditions. Such beings, deprived of their galaxy straddling power, would make invaluable contributions to research and exploration of the new empire. There was a sense of poetic justice in all this. The machines, who once distorted biological life forms to their whim, were finally treated to a similar fate. To begin with, the astromorphs completely scrapped their ability to self-contain gravitational manipulation, the very force that had rendered them invulnerable in the first place. They were given finite lifespans and slightly numbed imaginations, so that history would not repeat itself. The degradatory nature of these changes, however, did not imply an overall regression. Unlike their ancestors, the new machines were endowed with nanotechnological bodies that could remodel themselves continuously, which meant that they could come in every shape and size imaginable, and then some that could not. The machine citizen could live for some time in the void of space, conducting research, and then transform into a completely different body plan for a holiday on a cometary halo, tropical jungle, or a methane ocean. He or she would also make the trip personally by growing temporary hyperdrives and ramjet engines. Despite these breathtaking versatilities, the machines were never as common or prominent, even after completely accepting their role as lowly citizens of the new empire. The greatest war in conceivable history had ingrained the organics with too deep a mistrust of their mechanical neighbors, and the new machines were always treated with a degree of discrimination. The sins of their fathers had come to shackle this most splendorous of all human species. Second contact. With successive waves of machine aided discovery and colonization, the new empire grew exponentially. Such was the growth of wealth and progress that its description would need to use concepts that remain unexplored today. To talk with a man of today about the comings and goings of the new empire would be akin to giving lectures of 20th century geopolitics to a hunter-gatherer. This magnificent entity was not blind to the universe around it. It turned in its ears, eyes, sensors, and probed the events of the surrounding galaxies. The new galactics suspected that the surrounding nebula might have their indigenous folk, and it was wise to contact them before a misunderstanding or conflict could occur. On a darker side, these observations also served as lookouts for potential invaders. Even then, the memory of the Q was not forgotten. The discovery was eventually made. One of the neighboring galaxies was showing patterns of activity that were the unmistakable signs of sentient organization. Some thinkers reveled in the discovery of a new civilization, while others feared a return of the Q. Fortunately, this second encounter with an alien species provided to be a peaceful one. Perhaps the intelligence of both galaxies were finally mature enough to meet without quarreling. The other galaxy was dominated by connected unions of different beings, presided over by varying kinds of amphicephali, bizarre creatures that resembled giant snakes with heads on both ends, one of which bore a secondary retractable body that they would use to interact with the world. Apparently, they had undergone alternating series of regressions, evolutionary radiations, and self imposed genetic makeovers, just as humanity had. With all of their wild differences, the amphicephali were welcome. They were the first, but surely not the last. Earth rediscovered. The purpose of this work is not to describe the limitless progress that followed the cross galactic contact. One could go indefinitely, chronicling how the United Galaxies re encountered and subdued the Q, how they cradled the suns with artificial shells, multiplying their inhabitable zones a billionfold, how they crisscrossed interstellar space with wormholes and made travel a thing of the past. Ultimately, descendants of those beings even conquered time itself, prolonging the existence of their minds indefinitely via rejuvenating technologies. For a time, all men were gods. But from your vantage point, one discovery truly stood out in this orgy of advance, compared with gargantuan achievements like the taming of space and the construction of star shells. It was a mere blip, a revelation of long forgotten trivia. This was the rediscovery of Earth, the birthplace of humanity, where the omnipresent astromorphs, the star gliding machine, and the millions of humble resident races could all trace their origins. It was made quietly by a singular researcher combing the vestiges of forgotten history, decade after decade. Millions of years of war, invasions, and extinctions had buried the evidence thoroughly and comprehensively. When she finally came across irrefutable evidence, nobody was around to celebrate. That would come later. Return. The discovery sparked a certain amount of interest, though nowhere as much as other breakthroughs had. To most humans of the cosmos, their ancestral birthplace was simply an interesting piece of information, a piece of trivia with which they had lost all ties. Still, a ship was set forth, and it landed without ceremony. For now, there was no intelligence left on Earth. Too far away from the main centers of population, it had been completely ignored, gone stagnant and feral. But still, it was home. When the explorers stepped out, human feet trod on old Earth once more after an absence of 560 million years. Mankind was home. All tomorrows. I must conclude my words with a confession. Mankind, the very species which we've been chronicling from its terrestrial infancy to its domination of the galaxies, is extinct. All of the beings which you heard in the preceding presentation, from the lowly worm to the wind-riding sail people, from the megalomaniacal gravital to the ultimate galactic citizens, lie a billion years dead. We're only beginning to piece the story together. What you hear was the best approximation of the truth. Why did they disappear? Perhaps it was a final, unimaginable war of annihilation that transcended the very meaning of conflict. Perhaps it was a gradual breakup of the United Galaxies and every race facing their private ends slowly afterwards. Or perhaps, the wildest theories suggest, it was a mass migration to another plane of existence, a journey into somewhere, sometime, something else. But the bottom line is, we honestly don't know. Ultimately, however, what happened to humanity doesn't matter. Like every other story, it's a temporary one. Indeed long, but ultimately ephemeral. It didn't have a coherent ending, but then again, it didn't need to. The tale of humanity was never its ultimate domination of 1,000 galaxies or its mysterious exit into the unknown. The essence of being human was none of that. Instead, it lay in the radio conversations of the still human machines, in the daily lives of the bizarrely twisted bug facers, in the endless love songs of the carefree hedonists, the rebellious demonstrations of the first true Martians, and in a way, the very life you lead at this very moment. Many throughout history were unaware of this most basic fact. The Q, in dreams of an ideal future, distorted the worlds they came across. Later on, the Gravital, with their insane desire to recreate the past, caused the ugliest massacres in the history of the galaxy. Even now, it's sickeningly easy for beings to get lost in false grand narratives, living out completely driven lives in pursuit of non-existent codes, ideals, climaxes, and golden ages. In blindly thinking that their stories serve absolute ends, such creatures almost always end up harming themselves, if not those around them. To those like the misguided, look at the story of man and come to your senses. It's not the destination, but the trip that matters. What you do today influences tomorrow, not the other way around. Love today and seize all tomorrows. All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and mixed fortunes of man by C.M. Kosman. Read by your reader and narrator, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. This was an amazing time, an enjoyable time. It was great to be with you. And remember to seize all tomorrows. And there you have it, folks. My first ever audiobook. I shared it with you here on this live stream because I'm really happy about how it turned out. And all the footage here is found footage that I personally gathered myself just going about on the farm. And I'm really happy with how this turned out. And folks, it has been an amazing time with every last one of you. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening for the KOE Nation live stream. We got into the CUOMO scandal. We got into all kinds of the craziness, the breaking news. We got into WWE. We got into everything. Oh, wow. Wow, Girly Bear. Thank you for sticking around for this whole thing. God bless you. God bless you. You win. You know what, Girly Bear? Because of how awesome you are, I'm pulling out my pocket knife to knight you an official lady of the court of KOE. You are now being knighted for a full week. You are a full lady of the court. Here are the keys. Bring it back with a full tank of gas. All right. Thank you very much. And yes, you are a super fan of the evening. Yes. Thank you, Girly Bear. But that story is fucking crazy. That's why I really loved it. It's just I knew I had to read it. I knew I had to connect with that some way when I read that because I'm a bit of a science and evolution nerd. And so that one was just like, yeah, I got to get into that. And so I'm going to be doing a few more. The next one I'm going to do is The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Then 1984 by George Orwell. And then I'm going to do The Book of Five Rings by Musashi. And that one I'm going to dedicate to my daughter. That's the most influential book I've ever read in my life. And so when she's a little older, I want her to be able to ruminate on it. But yes, thank you, Girly Bear, for being here. Thank you, all of you beautiful people. You are all marvelous, gorgeous. This has been a journey. Do you just stream whenever? I know. Honestly, I've been busy with detasseling lately. This is the first chance I've had to get away to do any streaming. So yeah, usually I just hop on whenever. I wish I had a bit more consistent schedule, but like I'm not like these folks who just stream for a living. I got a real job. I'm actually streaming inside of my mill right now. So yeah, I'm a farmer. So yeah, I when the crop calls, the crop calls. You'll notice I'm a lot more available and I'm pumping out a lot of content when there's snow on the ground. But yes, I'll definitely okay, next time I see you, your name pop up. Oh yes, please do. Please do. Yeah, you never know. It's just kind of one of those random caprices. I won't be on Thursdays because that's dog and chicken show. But other than that, it could just be any old night. I got the time to do it. And yeah, I try to stay on for at least 2 or 3 hours now because I've noticed that's just the way to connect with the audience and to find a lot of different people. And yeah, we'll see what happens in the future. But yeah, I'm just really enjoying it and I'm having fun. Just here connected with all you beautiful people. And yes, Girly Bear, God bless you. And you are now officially knighted a lady of the court for the rest of the week. So just yes, it's a huge honor. It's a huge honor, I know. But I am going to leave all of you with something. It's actually the poem of the week, actually, for KOE Nation. And that's going to be what we're going to end today with. But every last one of you, I want you to all raise a glass to yourselves because God bless every last one of you. I hope every last one of you makes it back here to the KOE Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. I hope May the twists and turns in your life bring you upward. May the goodness in your life bring you joy and happiness. And may you discover the true meaning of life, which is to strip it of all meaning through happiness. So, folks, I'm going to leave you all with one last, and it's a great one. It's the Irish Gaelic toast to fighting, stealing, and drinking. May if you're going to fight, may it be for a friend. If you're going to steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're going to drink, well, I hope it's with me. Shout out to Whiskey Tribe. But yes, I'm going to leave you all with the poem of the week, The Beginnings by Rudyard Kiplinger. Or Kipling, not Kiplinger, but Rudyard Kipling. So, folks, this has been a great time. I cannot wait to see you the next time. But yes, I'm going to leave you with the poem of the week, The Beginnings. And that is also how we bring this episode to an end. I am Phil KOE of KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Definitely check me out, KOE Nation, YouTube and Twitch. Like, share, subscribe, and follow. You can also find me at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast over on YouTube and Spotify now. And Big Buckin' Empire over on YouTube and Facebook. But of course, KOE Nation, YouTube, and Twitch. But folks, I'm going to leave you with this poem of the week, and it has been an amazing time, an ascendant time. God bless. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE, and I will catch you on the flip side, folks. How we doing there, folks? It's another poem of the week. This one is by Rudyard Kipling. This is called The Beginnings. It was not part of their blood. It came to them very late, with long arrears to make good when the English began to hate. They were not easily moved. They were icy, willing to wait, till every count should be proved, ere the English began to hate. Their voices were even and low. Their eyes were level and straight. There was neither sign nor show when the English began to hate. It was not preached by the crowd. It was not taught by the state. No man spoke it aloud.
when the English began to hate. It was not suddenly bred, it will not swiftly abate. Through the chill years ahead, when time shall count from the date that the English began to hate. So there you go, folks. That is the poem of the week by one Mr. Kipling, The Beginnings. So, folks, if there's some poem you'd like me to read, if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments, and I'd be more than happy to. I love the beautiful imagery of great poetry. So, folks, thank you for being here, and I will catch you later. And that was this poem of the week.
Catch you later, folks. And with that, folks, it was a great time. And I'm just 3 seconds from passing 4 hours. And we did it, folks. We passed 4 hours. God bless. I'll catch you.